There you go. So today we're going to be popping into Project Zomboid. I've actually been doing a little bit of clearing out old saves because the folder is getting big. And we've got our Venus Orozco. I'm just double checking to make sure none of these are clearly Venus. No, Echo Creek, that'll be build 42. Just checking, because there was question if this was my most recent save of Venus. Yeah, that's an old backup. Yeah, and that's a backup of, this is the world record run. And I keep seeing this down here, the star. I have no idea what that is, so life of me. I noticed that on one of the older saves for Venus and Jeremiah, and I never got a mod called the star. Just like, so that's more clear descriptions and all that. I have no idea what that is. I tried to look it up. Andrews is a very old one. But yeah, so before stream, I just made sure it all loaded and all that. And so we got all this here. But yeah, so we're going to hop in and pick up where we left off with Venus Orozco. For those who don't know, this was my last character in Build 41. Never did die. Was it a dependency for another mod or something? No, I tried to look for it. I couldn't find it. It didn't seem to break anything. Because like I said, in this game when it comes to modding, I generally mod extremely light. Like, you'll see, like, a couple of UI mods, and that's pretty much the bulk of it. So, like, if we look at this save, for example, right now, like, I've got the minimal display bars up here. It did lose my settings where I made it much bigger. I forgot that at Build 41, that the Moodle icons were microscopic. I was sitting here, because I hadn't played Project Zomboid in so long, that I was like, let me load this up, make sure it's all configured. And I did have to like go into settings and fix a ton of settings that weren't set anymore because it'd been, I'd been on build 42 and all that, so I lost my stuff. And I was like, oh god, these Moodles are so small. How did I make them bigger? And I started like looking up all sorts of settings and options. And then I was like, let me just pull up like one of my old YouTube videos of Venus. And yeah, they're just small. That's just build 41. So that is one thing that I really like that build 42 did, is I forgot how small these used to be. But with that said, if we look at our character, let's actually, before we get out here, because I haven't played in a hot minute, if we look at our character, Venus Orozco started as a 0-0 character. So when you look at our skills, all of this was completely empty, not a single skill point there, no strength, no fitness, no nothing. And, all that. The character's been alive for about 1.5 years. So this is, I believe, our second winter I think we were in. No, we're coming out of winter. It'd be coming out of our second winter. But yeah, as you can see, everything has gotten skilled up. I didn't try to like go out of my way to max everything out. We've just been maxing stuff by doing whatever we need to do to survive. I actually don't think... Really, foraging is not higher. I guess I haven't needed to really forage that much. I was just looking at this being like, right. Now, to fill people in on this character and their ridiculous history, let me go ahead and pull up the map. So, this character has never left Louisville. So, where you saw that almost 200,000 kills, this character has never left Louisville. And thank you, Craven Horde, for the 280 stream, isn't it? Yeah, 260 stream streak. I do appreciate that. But this character's never left Louisville, because if you look here, this is the Louisville checkpoint. And then everything else there is Louisville. So the 200,000 kills, and that's barely halfway through Louisville. But that is like full clearing, making the area completely knocked out, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, no zombie respawns. Generally speaking, you're playing on any meaningful difficulty, you're gonna have zombie respawns turned off. And all that. So this character, if I remember correctly, is this the spawn point? No, here's spawn. So we spawned right here, kind of like in the middle of a neighborhood in Louisville. And we basically ran for the hills and just tried to get out of Dodge as much as we could. Came around here, moved down this way, and I think we started our run over here, where we kind of bounced between a couple of houses, went and looted a couple of houses. And you can see where I like marked, it's like, okay, took the first helicopter up here, second helicopter up there, did like the third and fourth and all that stuff. And I keep the chart of like when helicopters happen. But we worked on clearing this whole neighborhood. Eventually, We finally got the generator magazine at the very last set of houses in the neighborhood. Eventually we worked our way down over here to the military checkpoint, which we made into our home. And to give you the history of this, there was a bugged save, or there was a bug in the game at a very short while in build 41. Let's see. The weapon condition indicator is the ID the star. Thank you. Yeah, no, I used to use that mod a whole lot. That makes sense. But yeah, so you had like a bug here that basically what the bug was is no matter what your hearing settings were for a short while, it would make it worse than pinpoint hearing. So we were in the military checkpoint when that happened. And to give you an idea, you'll notice how many helicopters and all that happened there. I basically got trapped in the military checkpoint where it was wake up, spend the entire day fighting zombies just barely to be able to like close the door, walk back, go to sleep, and then do it again for like 5 or 6 in-game months or some nonsense. So you'll notice all these helicopters that happened here from like the 17th helicopter all the way up to I think it's like the 22nd or 23rd helicopter were all just me dealing with that garbage. So you notice there was multiple game crashes I had during that 8-month time frame because there's a spot in the fence right around here that there's a corner the zombies can't walk through, but I could walk through this path, that we had over 30,000 zombies in this little corner here. Just that one spot was over 30,000 zombies. And it was literally like slideshow playing the game, doing that the whole time. Otherwise, since then, we've been just going neighborhood by neighborhood, clearing out the area. I have no idea where we left off or where we are on the map anymore. Where are we? Do we go back to base? Because it looks like we're at the gas station with, like, I think we're at the big gas station that's got a store next to it. Which I want to say was in this area somewhere. That's fine. Alright, so let's check our inventory situation. I have a creepy doll that's always following you. And it looks like I'm low on food. I've got a stale rabbit on my person. That seems to be it. Here says, what are you doing to me? When you get near there? Yep. Yes, this is the area I thought it was. It's a gas station that's got like a big grocery store nearby it. Oh, did I stash my food in here, maybe? I mean, I do have a bunch of non-perishable food here. Check the air freezers over there real fast, because I just don't remember what my situation was in this run at all. Yeah, those all look like they're empty. Because it might be that we were due for... Okay, and our weight is fine for right now. So let's grab the broccoli. I see. Okay, I see what was going on here. Right. Okay, that makes sense. So, we've got a ton of food here. I just needed to grab my next, Oh, my bag is just basically full. Alright. That's fine. So we can go and do here. It looks like we're trying to keep our weight back up, because I believe it's 75 to 85 is I think the range we're aiming for. Alright. Yeah, it looks like the rabbit's instantly going stale, because it's clearly been in the freezer for a little while. Alright, so I don't remember at all what our situation is. Man, I forgot how small Really, the mini-map was that small? 1 second. Can I not make you bigger? That's the symbols. I thought there was a setting where you could scale the mini-map a couple of different default sizes. Oh, and I guess I'm covering up the mini-map. Ah, it's been too long. Nah, it's fine. Loot doesn't really matter in this run anymore. Oh, that's on my frame rate's terrible. Right. I was sitting there, I was like, man, I don't remember the frame rate being that bad. Where are those blood decals? Blood decals. Alright. There we go. Yeah, because this is a maximum population run. And so very genuinely, the blood decals will just make the game run badly. Oh, we're getting really cold. Sure, we can go ahead and turn you off. Grab the gas can. Fill you up. Turn you on. Make sure there's no zombies chilling by the pump. And thank you, Canahawk, for the 260 stream streak. I do appreciate it. So you do love some Zomboid, but Build 42 isn't for you. You tried a couple of UI mods to revert the crafting menu back to Build 41 do? Yeah, I've been pretty vocal that I'm pretty mixed on my feelings about Build 42. Okay, so I do have a small pile of spears. Apparently it was growing stuff over here. Oh right, those are the ones that rotted, as they've been rotted for 4,110 hours. And I've got the trailer on the truck. So let's see. So I'm over where? I'm here. Okay, so it looks like the neighborhood just south of us I haven't cleared yet. You can go to Legacy mode, and you'll be able to play it in Legacy mode. They'll have that. But as far as, like, normal, it won't be stable or unstable. It'll be, like, a special going and, like, downgrading your run. We've got machetes and spare weapons and all that. Alright. Well, considering the neighborhood we're looking at clearing is literally right here, I'm just gonna leave the truck. And just go around this corner and start working our way down. But we've killed almost 200,000 zombies in the area and all that. Oh, I forgot Build 41, you didn't have any sound effects to it. We don't have the, hey, hey, over here. It's interesting going back to Build 41 after all this time. And for the record, I'm not someone who prefers spears. Spears are actually my least favorite weapon category in the game. But this character has maxed out every weapon but spears, I believe. So there was just a, let's go in and fill that out. What was our weapon skills? Yeah, so spears, I'm 1/3 of the way of maxing out. And then once we've done that, spears done. We're back in Zomboid. We're going to be checking out, I'm like revisiting Build 41 while it's still available. because in a couple of days, build 42 will be the stable branch, and build 41 will be like a legacy. You got to go out of your way to, you know, set it up branch. All right. Spear broke. Grab an next spear. And this is why I hate spears. To give you an idea where we're breaking our spears, I am at 9 spears, 10 maintenance, 9 strength, and I believe 9 fitness, or 8 fitness, or something like that. So we're pretty close to the absolute max of what you can get so far as all that stuff goes. And yet you'll still see me break a spear pretty regularly. Yep, the 29th. And then also with spears, even with all those skills, I will need to rest every once in a while to avoid getting ourselves exerted. In build 42, is there a more durable metal spear? I believe there was. Am I looking at the wrong gauge? Oh, I was. That's fair. I actually wasn't that fatigued. Huh. Just not hearing the, hey, hey, over here. Hey. It's weird not hearing that after playing build 42 for so long. Yeah, so normally this place would have literally thousands of zombies in it. But you get how much I've been here. So we just stroll through areas I haven't been in Louisville. And just pick up a couple onesies and twosies here. How do you endure that zombie? How do you ensure that zombies don't walk to where you cleared out? They do. So the way we deal with that is we just go through areas we've already been occasionally. Honk our car's horn as we're driving through. I believe my car, I have the exhaust removed from it, so it's as loud as it can be. And I just make sure to drive through areas from time to time. It'll pull the zombies to the roads. But they'll keep wandering through it. It's just as we kill farther and farther and thin their numbers out more and more, you'll end up seeing less and less that just sneak in like that. Okay, it's locked. We'll just let them do their thing then. Alright. Because what we'll do is we'll go down this road that I haven't cleared. And then once that's done, we'll circle back. Pick up any zombies that broke out of the buildings that got trapped inside. And like, for the moment, you're like, aren't you going to loot those houses? Nah, man, we are at the point in this run, there's not an item in the game I care or want. There's nothing left for me in this run that I care about. The only thing left is zombies. And you can hoard stuff, and I've done that in the past with runs where it's like... Okay, actually, I take that back. I think I was missing one of the pirate radio magazines. I think that's true. Training materials. It was recipes. Gorilla Radio 2. Okay. And then the VHSs I hadn't really bothered with. Yes, there was one magazine in the whole game I'm missing. And usually the place you find Gorilla Radio magazines is in the trunk of cars. They can show up a lot of places. But that's pretty much it. Yeah, so part of the reason we're also not finding much here is I've taken tons of helicopters throughout this entire area. So the zombies that were here more than likely already came after us. Nope. And there's you over here. Nope. We are on build 41 because we're revisiting Venus Orozco, who is my personal best character so far as kills. Character never did die, and in a couple of days she's gonna be unavailable without going through without going through some headache. We're kind of giving like one last hoorah. I'm gonna kill some zombies here. I haven't decided how I want to close her out. Not that I want her to like go on a rampage and die by just deliberately overextending or whatever. But like where before we kind of just took a break, being like, you know, maybe not we ever come back to this character. This is the point where realistically there will be no coming back to this character. Alright, so we got this neighborhood basically cleared out. Hey, there you are. You know, looking at the lighter being like, don't care about that. Don't care about, you know, whatever. Build 41, the zombies didn't really carry magazines with them in any real capacity. Let's see. How do you get the name for her? Was it a viewer? I do random names. The way I start every single Project Zomboid run is I will, you know, whatever settings and all that, will create a character. And then the character, I'll just randomly choose a name and we go. And if the character lives long enough to be relevant, we'll recognize that name. And then, you know, they get to be relevant. Okay, we can enjoy our rabbit salad. Alright. It looks like the train station might be over here. There's probably a fence between us and the train station. But not something I'm going to worry about too much. I don't care enough. All right. Yeah, so it looks like there's a fence the whole way up to the train station. Alright, so let's not cut across that way. We'll go to the train tracks and follow them back. And I believe I was clearing north that there's, like, a college campus and all that we were clearing out the college campus. But this is, again, like, the demonstration in Project Zomboid of just kind of be loud. Oh, wait, we can just walk over here. Because the more you run around and you make noise, the more these, like, onesie, twosie stragglers that are in the houses will pop out. And those tend to be the ones that kill you. It's not the big giant wall of zombies you run in. Oh, it's a tall fence. Big giant wall of zombies, that's what gets you. It's that one zombie who rolls in behind you while you're crafting, or like, you know, while you're resting, it's the one that was in the closet or whatever. Those are the ones that get you in trouble. Oh yeah, this is before they had wait for keys, so this character has, like, just a pile of car keys and a bunch of house keys. Do I know any about the changes coming for Build 42? I don't have, like, any insider information. Historically, I've been in, like, the internal playtest for Build 42 and all that, but admittedly, I've not kept up with it in a while. Like, just genuinely, like, kind of got put off by some of the Build 42 changes, making it so the way I preferred the game wasn't really viable anymore. I mean, I don't mean, like, strategies, I mean, like, play styles. But, because I haven't kept up, I wouldn't have any insider information, nor would I share it. That's about to break. Nor would I share that because I wouldn't be allowed to. It does look like there's definitely going to be map changes. How significant they are, I don't know. I think it's safe to assume they're going to be putting a lot of effort into, like, bug bashing, that kind of thing. But as far as anything specific, I don't know. I would not expect anything sweeping systems-wise. If they're going for a stable branch release, then most likely they will be trying to deal with just kind of smaller, you know, smaller changes kind of deal. Okay, we can actually get there. It does look like there's a bunch of zombies over here on the right side too, so we can just pick on them for a while. Okay, there's your broken spear. Get my next spear primed up. Alright, let's back off for a minute and recover our stamina. But yeah, no, it's just, we don't know what they're gonna go ahead and do. Alright, so we can go way over here. And we're fully recovered on our stamina. Because keep in mind, this character is up to 9 fitness. They started at 0. So we have picked up a lot of fitness over the time. You might be going like, man, you must have exercised so much. There was not no exercise. But that exercise was very little. Most of my stats all came from beating the living hell out of zombies. Yeah, keep in mind, this character's been alive for 1 year, almost 8 months, and is at about 175,000 kills. This is like my personal best character, hasn't died. We're playing in sweaty tryhard settings and all that kind of stuff. I mentioned it before, I actually really don't like spears. The only reason we're using spears is it's the only weapon I have not maxed out in this character. There you are. I say I saw at least a pair of hunting knives. And again, because we're using spears, we back off, take a little rest. Because those spears absolutely wreck house. They also really make it you burn through your stamina pretty fast. Let's see, spears when you really want to get the point across. And thank you, Arcader, for the 120 stream streak. I do appreciate that. Yeah, the fact that with our fitness this high, that goes from basically being most of the way to the first stage of fatigued or exerted. Like, we certainly push way more, but I know I haven't played for a while, so I'm being a little bit on the careful side till I get back into the swing thing. It is kind of funny to me that, you know, certain things that were muscle memory just immediately falls back into the pattern. With all the thousands of hours I've got in the game, it's not super surprising. Yep, and thank you, Donkey Duck, for the tier 3 sub. I'll get you a proper... Here, one behind me, over here. I'm definitely rusty on that spacing. I think they also changed the spacing in some of the weapons in build 42. Alright. And thank you, Donkey Duck, for the tier 3 sub. That's 49 Munchbit sub to the channel, and I really do appreciate that. And yep, Venus, we're doing a nice little send-off here where Venus, we're gonna do what we can on the character. I don't have a specific goal in mind right now. It's mostly this character is my personal best. Pretty soon we're gonna kind of, like, when I say we're gonna learn access, lose access, you can still access it by, like, kind of down setting what build you're running and all that. It's not truly going to be gone. But it is going to be a thing that, generally speaking, it'll be a bit of a chore to drop back to build 41. So I'm considering this the end of Venus. Not that I'm going to get her killed or anything deliberately. But, like, we're going to do, like, one last foray. Because after that, you know, she won't be accessible without a pain. And then, you know, some of those mods will probably lose support and all that kind of stuff. Something about riding a bike. All I know is that people are like, once you practice something for 10,000 hours, you get really good at it. Counter argument, I'm bad at sleep. And I certainly have exceeded the hours required to be good at that. Alright, so it looks like... Oh, hey. Get a couple scattered here and there. Alright, so soon we'll have to have our character go in. Just because it's going to be too dark to see. Okay. I'm just trying to watch, because with it getting this dark, the visibility is very poor against the dark grass. You'll notice I'm trying to, like, stay on the snow. It's one of the many reasons why people are like, you know, back when I was playing this all the time, people were like, you should do cryogenic winter. It's so much harder. It's like, no, it's really not. The cryogenic winter makes it so you can see the zombies extremely well against the endless white that is everywhere. And then added on top of that, you also have with the cryogenic winter, cold is easier to deal with than hot. So once you get to the point where you've got enough clothes, and it's got the initial challenge of like, oh, you need to get your body temperature up. But like once you get that initial wave past, you basically can bundle yourself up really, really heavily. Yeah, let's get inside. It's getting way too dark. I don't usually like running, but the reason we're running right now is since visibility is poor. Chuck that in there. Alright. If you're wondering why I'm locking the doors, we are playing with the zombie cognition high. So zombies are smart enough to open the doors themselves. Okay. That's fine. We're not overburned, so I don't care. Alright. And I have a generator in the building, but it can't reach all the way to this end of the building. Because for those who don't know how generators work in Project Zomboid, it's based on where the generator is. It's the range to the light switch. If the light switch is in range of the generator, you can do the whole space. Is this electronic scrap on the ground here? It's a little bit. I'm gonna need some of that because the generator outside was a bit damaged. And then what we do here is I go put up tent. We plunk that down there. Yeah, so there's no way we're hitting the maximum fit. Well, actually, Now, there's no way we're hitting maximum fitness before the update comes out. Not unless I literally just spammed it. Very realistically, we'll probably hit the maximum strength. I could actually kind of help that along, too, by dropping the bag, putting the spear up, and going health, exercise. So sit-ups is fitness. Burpees are both. That's fine. Oh, wait. Because I literally only ever did the sit-ups. If I do the others, I actually will get muscle strength. Fine. I'm basically killing time till it's sleeping time. Because that's what the run kind of devolved to at this point. Is I need to make sure my sleep schedule stays reasonable. But once I finish like reading the books and doing all that stuff, I've yet to have a generator catch on fire to you. Yeah, that's a matter of if it's like in a bad enough state of repair, it has a chance of exploding in fire. All right. And that marks bedtime, so we go ahead and put you back on my back. We're on your back. We're on your front. Pull out your weapon. And go to sleep. We have an alarm. Yeah, we do. Go to sleep. We can enjoy our salad. And you'll notice I'm not putting any consideration into, like, the efficiency of eating or anything like that. It's just, we're hungry, wolf down the whole salad. It's fine. Put the tent in the back. Because I forgot, adding your tent to the bottom there, that's a build 42 thing. Then our character gets bored from being inside too long. Okay. And we wake up in the morning. Pretty much what we do is we take a look, make sure there's nothing hanging out by the car. Then we go over to the generator, make sure there's nothing hanging out by the generator because I got it on making noise. Yep. We got full snow again, so all the zombies stand out super duper easy. Alright, so let's see if I had more electronic scrap in here, because it did look like the generator was a little damaged. Yeah, to spare weapons and such. A bunch of canned food and all that if I find myself in a pinch. I've got a spare generator in the truck. This does make you miss when you could see in the dark inside. Yeah, I do think it's better from like a gameplay standpoint now where it's like you go up to the side of the house after the power goes off, you're like, oh, how much do I want to mess with this? Like how big a deal is it that I get whatever's in there? All right. Let's see, your only gripe with this game is the, oh, you're bit, well, the clock is ticking, it's game over. You'd love to be some way to be cured, but then it'd be, okay, break into the high security lab and all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, I get that, and you can change your settings and use mods and all that for that. But the thing to keep in mind, this is a game you are not intended to find success. It is a thing that you are supposed to approach every fight with a very high level of caution. And that any hit can be the end kind of aspect of it is what makes it that have that risk. All right, so we've definitely cleared up here. So let's start working our way up along this side of the university. So probably take the car for this one. Oh hey. Nosy neighbors. Beat it. But you can turn off the infection risks a lot. Like and completely. Rather than the only way you could die is by bleeding out. But it does very much kind of take away from the game in a very big way. Because keep in mind, once you start surviving for a long time, you kind of run to the problem of what I've got here. That when you play the game, think of it like a big to-do list. That when you start the game, you've got a ton of stuff on that to-do list. There's way more than you could reasonably get done in any meaningful time frame. And then as you play, you slowly tick one item off, one item off, one item off, until eventually you come to the realization that the only items left of the to-do list you don't actually care about. And then you're like, okay, but now what? And you can find stuff, like you can go, oh, well, I'm going to collect all the dolls, and that's not actually that hard to do, or, oh, I'm going to get a bunch of gnomes, or whatever. And you'll have people be like, well, I'm going to collect all the gnomes. Which, sure. Alright. We welcomed the neighbors out. Alright. Yeah, I know I cleared a whole lot to our west. Oh. Hold up, zombies. I got a thing. Did I keep that in my fanny pack back then? Where did I keep my radio? There you are. Okay. We can continue. I need my weather forecast. So what we're waiting for is just to see if it says air activity detected. It did not, so no helicopter today. Now I can go here, turn off my radio, put that away, pull out my spear again, chuck you in my bag. I did see a couple of zombies go over this way. I didn't see if they circled back or not. I just want to check to make sure they're not chilling at my generator. They won't damage the generator or anything like that. Yep. But, you know, Again, it's not going to be the big group of zombies in front of me that kills me most likely. Not that you can't just whiff a shot and die. But most of the time, it's the one zombie that you don't, like, you feel secure that the area's been cleared and yada yada yada. That, you know, rolls in next to you while you're super exhausted from cutting down trees or whatever. That just finishes the job. Alright. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? This weapon seems lit. Keep in mind, you're looking at a character that's near maxed out in all stats. Like, it started with no stats, but this is after 175,000 zombie kills. You're talking basically about as strong as a character gets in Project Zomboid. This is not indicative of what most people will ever see in the game. And actually, spears are my least favorite weapon category. It's the entire reason we're using them right now, is in this playthrough where I've killed so many zombies, it is the only weapon I haven't maxed out because I don't like them. Yeah, having maxed out stats is overpowered. I'm gonna back off for a minute and rest. Okay. Go up here and have ourselves a little salad. Alright, we're all rested. But yeah, I know with our skills, we're like an in-game day or two away from maxing out strength entirely. Fitness we'll probably never have a chance to max out. And we're about not quite halfway to the last level being maxed out on spears. And a big part of that is just keeping in the fight. It's the reasons I'm actually not a fan of spears, is while as far as like making as many zombies dead as possible in the shortest amount of time in Build 41, they were kind of the king. It was also a thing that they were very inefficient from an endurance standpoint. And then the durability on the weapons was absolute garbage. That even with our character having just about every stat max on it, we'll go through a good handful of spears each day. My favorite weapon in Build 41 was the hunting knife. Because it's kind of on the other end where its durability isn't super amazing, but its endurance efficiency basically means once you get your stats up, you can pretty much just walk into a group of zombies and just keep fighting from dawn till dusk, and you won't start to properly tire out until like it's starting to get too dark to keep going anyways. And that's with like no breaks or anything. Alright. Basically right now, because I've taken helicopter in this area, we're just kind of in cleanup. Right now, this is build 41. I've been playing mostly on build 42 on my last couple saves, but this is my personal best character. And since when build 42 goes stable, it's going to be a little bit of a pain to access build 41. I'll have to like drop down to Legacy Branch and all that. We're just doing one last hoorah on my personal best record because they're very popular within the community and all that. And then low-key, I'm also honestly curious when build 42 goes stable how it will be. Just because for me personally, while I like the increased depth they've added to crafting, just everything being on the crafting menu that covers like 2/3 of your screen at all times and have to like go into those like full screen UIs in a game where risking a hit is death. It feels counter to what you want for this kind of game. Like, I think the crafting being deep is good, but they need to make it so, like, you know, while I'm in the middle of a fight... Let me deal with these real quick. Like, when you're in the middle of a fight, you're not dealing with... This isn't even as big. The crafting menu in Build 42 is like this. So, it is one of those things that I understand a lot of stuff needs to be someplace, but that kind of, like, cover your entire screen UI is just not well suited for a permadeath game. So I really do wish they would go more in the side of, like, context menus. So, like, where we go here, we can right-click and do that. I wish they had more focus on that, but it was a deliberate decision in Build 42 to actually move away from context menus, last I had heard. So I've been a bit critical of Build 42 on that regards. That said, like, the addition of the basements, the changing of lighting, the map increase, all of that, nothing but praise. Oh yeah, no, making UI is an entire skill. There's a reason why there are people who just specialize in just UI. Because it is hard to get right. Alright. Let's go back. One of the things you also learn when you're living long times at Project Zomboid is there's certain things you just kind of make yourself, not hard, fast rules, but just broadly rules you kind of make for yourself. So for one thing, when it comes to prioritizing the zombies I'm killing, it's always my way out gets cleared first. So where that one zombie was behind me, even if I saw better zombies for going after and all that, I'm going to go after the one behind me just in case things go wrong. That I always have, like, the way to back out of the situation sorted. Okay. And Project Zomboid's also a game that, there's certain risks we're taking, like, inherently, you're going to set yourself goals, and those goals are going to require certain risks. If you want to clear the mall, you're going to go to the mall, and the mall is an inherent risk. If you want to kill 100,000 zombies, that means you gotta fight 100,000 zombies. There is an inherent risk. And you do that. But it is worth, like, taking your time to decide what risks are worth taking and doing risk management. That's honestly most of the surviving to the hundreds of thousands of kills and all that. Tens of thousands of kills, if we're being honest, even there. It's all just kind of going, okay, this thing I'm gonna do, how do I do it with the least chances of everything going sideways? And a big part of that runs counter to the loot goblin feeling, where you kind of just want to go in and take all the things from all the places. You very quickly learn that very little loot in this game, you know, genuinely is important or has real value of any kind. So like I said, you'll probably notice in this entire run, I probably won't enter a building beyond trying to go in and kill a zombie or something like that, or go in to have a place to sleep. But even on the maximum zombie populations, like, I don't really need to go out of my way for weapons. Just every once in a while I have to stop and craft some, or loot bodies or whatever. Like, the one zombie had a duffel bag. I'm not even gonna go look for it or check what's in it. There's literally nothing it could have inside of it that I would care about. Like, the best thing it could have is, like, snacks, and I don't care about those either. We've got food at the point we can just sustain it endlessly. Alright, so we need to back off for a minute, recover our stamina. And that's not negative criticism, Project Zomboid. It's just the stage of the game you're in. Like, there's only certain items that really do have a reason to, like, go after with priority. You know, generator magazine and all that. But you learn pretty fast, even in Build 42, you don't need the generator. You don't need the generator magazine. You don't need any of those things. The only things you've got to get to be able to survive is you've got to be able to find something that is calorie dense that you can get your hands on. So that's being able to milk a cow. That's being able to fish. That's being able to milk goats. I don't know if they ever got to the point of fixing up butchering, but I kind of doubt it. The hunting and the animal husbandry outside of milk never seem to work great. So you're kind of really forced into doing those. That's actually one of my big criticisms of Build 42, is one of the big things that Build 41 got right, is every single weapon category has the place it's the best weapon category in the game. They all have something they do better than anything else. Whereas Build 42, the balance between the weapons isn't quite as good. Unless they changed, the eggs weren't very good, but that very well could have changed. I haven't kept up, and I know that's been a pain point. But also with, like, food, you basically had, for gaining weight, you could do fishing or trapping. And then for losing weight, you could still do fishing or trapping and just eat more frugally and all that. Or you could do foraging, or whatever. Hey, DG, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I do really appreciate that. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that. Alright. But 4 months have been subbed to channel and all that stuff. How did the weapon balance get broken? So, a lot of the crafted weapons don't align in any type of the balance for the most part. Spears... The spears were a little bit on the strong side in this one. Within, like, the community, it was like, oh, spears are broken, you should all use spears, all weapons are terrible. And the reality is that's kind of just, you know, it was the flavor of the week. Whereas, generally speaking, like, me and Mr. Lamper used to have discussions at a bunch of times about, like, what was better, spears or short blades. And it was a very solidly, it depends. And even for stuff like axes and all that, it still falls on the it depends. Like, if you're talking strictly the end game, you're just trying to kill zombies as fast as possible, its spears or short blades are pretty neck and neck, with spears ever so slightly edging out ahead. But having a lot more things that can go wrong than short blades. But for anything like early to mid game, you know, axes have their place, short blunt has their place, long blunt has their place, spears have their place. But when it comes to build 42, like a lot of the things got adjusted that, you know, you don't have those distinct, this weapon category, this is where it shines, that weapon category, that's where it shines. They're all fairly comparable. Alright. Saw one go down this way. But yeah, so it's just, with the introduction of a lot of weapons, the balance between the categories is kind of gone. It's not like it's so far off. It was the sharpening is one of the big things. The needing to sharpen blades, as a mechanic, that's fine, but the blunt weapons don't have an equivalent to them, really. So broadly speaking, you tend to go through your bladed weapons much faster. And it's like, okay, if you're going to do that, you need to balance it out by making them also do a lot more damage faster. Or, you know, you give a benefit for putting up with the negative. But broadly speaking, it's not a significant benefit. Now we should cancel that. Alright, we'll deal with this, then we'll make our next salad. And that's kind of where I feel like a lot of the pain from Build 42 comes from. Is there's stuff that's either done because realism, or there's stuff done just because they want to do it for whatever reason. That is often not taking into consideration, like, okay, but in-game design side of things. Like, is this fun? Does this add a mechanic that's got depth and interest to it? Does it have balance? And for the record, I actually don't see balance as that critical of a thing. But, you know, they added sharpness because realism. Okay, well, doesn't really matter. Like, we could add realism to the game where you just randomly get food poisoning or something like that. Or you eat food that's a little dodgy. You don't have a way to necessarily know for confidence it's dodgy. So your character gets, like, deathly ill. And then because no one's there to help take care of them while they're barely able to stand, you die because RN Jesus decided it's time for you to die. And that would be realistic. Sure as hell wouldn't be fun. Alright. Like, another one that gets me, and this may have been improved, I honestly don't know. One of my big gripes when Build 42 first came out is they added all this depth to the crafting, and I liked that part. But you would spend the time, and you'd work through your napping, and you'd get yourself, like, really high napping, and you'd start making yourself your knives and all that with, like, the really, really high napping, and you'd kill, like, 5 zombies, and the weapon would break. It's here, like, maintenance 10, napping, like, 7, and your weapons lasted only a couple, like, only a few kills. And you're like, okay, well, it's Flint. What do you expect? It's like, sure. But with all the time and effort and, like, collecting the resources, one would hope that effort would be rewarded in some capacity. Okay, but no problem. We could go into blacksmithing. Blacksmithing should be better. Well, at the time, and again, this could be very out-of-date information, at the time, you would spend all the effort into getting the blacksmithing all up and running and all that kind of stuff. And what would ultimately happen is you would spend the time, you would make your, like, scrap sword or whatever, I can't remember what the better weapons were with blacksmithing, but you make your, like, really good blacksmithing sword, and its damage was great, but its durability was crap. So you put in all the time and effort, you'd get a weapon and you'd break it before the day's out, and then you'd have to go right back to making another weapon. And while I'm definitely one who usually defends, yeah, it's a survival game, your durability needs to be well below what you'd expect in real life, otherwise you'd find your first crowbar, and that'd be the end of it. At the same time, when you put the sheer amount of effort that goes into making those blacksmith weapons and getting that skill up and sourcing the materials, and making your charcoal, and you get the idea. Like, it's a whole big process. You know, along with, like, the lines like Vintage Story. And then before the day's done, you've broken your weapon already, that you put all that time and effort into. Versus that's actually where Vintage Story kind of shines, in that you make a weapon that you took the time to put all that together. I was gonna check on the ground. It took all the time to put it together, and you're gonna use that weapon for, like, you know, a couple of in-game months before you finally do break it. Let's see. Oh, they changed this? In your honest opinion, forged weapons are really good and balanced now? Nice. That's good to hear. That's good to hear, because like I said, I can accept that, like, the napped weapons, it's like, yeah, you're napping, you're banging some rocks together. Like, this is meant as, like, your gateway drug to blacksmithing. Sure, I can accept that. But when I took the time on a off-stream save that I gave myself really good skills and then rocketed my blacksmithing up to a really high level, and the weapon was still really, really bad, I was very frustrated about that. Because that put me in an awkward spot where I enjoy playing Project Zomboid, where you are genuinely dealing with zombie hordes. You're not just strolling down the street and being like, oh man, there's 8 zombies on the street. What am I gonna do? Like, you go on the street and you're like, oh, this street effed. There's like 100 zombies here. And then, you know, working through fighting it and all that. But with the durability, if I had the zombie pop up, you know, I'd have to be endlessly crafting, and the durability on the crafted weapons was utter rubbish. So, was very unfun after a while. It got very tedious, where I'd spend about a third of my entire game time just crafting weapons and nothing else at all. Or I had to turn the zombie pops down so I could actually loot the buildings. And then that did feel fun, because I'm like, man, where are the zombies? So it's good to hear that the blacksmithing got a tune-up. Because that seems reasonable, because there was a lot, and I mean a lot of effort that goes into getting your blacksmithing set up. So for it to be anything but good is kind of just like a troll of, like, why would I bother? If the barrier to entry is that high, and then they throw nickels across the counter at you. Why would I bother? Why wouldn't I just do the lower effort thing that might give me slightly worse results? But it's a fraction of the effort. It's actually part of why spears were so popular in Build 41. Is spears in Build 41, you can easily make anywhere and everywhere super easy and super cheap. So they were really, really strong in their damage, but if you needed more, no problem. You just walked up, you hacked down a tree, and you had yourself a stack of spears by the time it was done. Alright. Resting here, I'm going to want to back off a bit. I wanted to use the bench, but I can see there's zombies in the door. Let's see. Yeah, that didn't change, sadly. It's so much of a grind to get all the XP. Not even enjoyable to just craft 100 of the same thing because it's more cost efficient. Yeah, but you're saying that they upped the durability? Because, like, the damage was always fine with the blacksmithing. That's actually one of the things that, you know, I would have people like, oh, but the weapons you can craft are so good. It's, like, from a damage aspect. But the issue is, when you start getting to, like, your 5 and 6s in your combat skills, you don't care about damage anymore. Let's see. You feel like your criticism is highly unfair. The developers released an early access alpha of Build 42 only because of community heart. Right. So, Alex, that's the reason I'm saying I'm looking forward to seeing how it is tomorrow. That the unstable build has not been balanced, which, keep in mind, has been out for over a year now and has been updated regularly. And so, yeah, I do think it is fair at this point to say the unstable build that is not out yet has problems. I didn't say Project Zomboid has problems. I said the unstable build has problems. I'm playing this right now and actually saying this one is in a really good place. Being like, hey, this update that's been out for over a year, regardless of its labeling, that's been out for over a year, has a balance problem, is fair criticism. And they can say, well, we're going to fix it. Okay, cool. Until it's fixed, that criticism is valid and accurate. And also, for the record, I'm not going to give specifics because it does come from insider knowledge. I will say the last sentence there is not true. And I won't say more than that. Because I have to watch because NDAs and all that. But that last sentence is not correct. That is not the reason you got Build 42 when you did. Like, it's be like the last 2 or 3 sentences. Yeah, I'm gonna bite my lip on the rest of it because I want to say more, but then it's edging on what might be held under the NDA. Oh, I need to be going back to begin dark soon. That message was 3 sentences long? Yeah. No, that's the thing. But yeah, no, they did not push Build 42 because the community demanded it. That it would be an inaccurate assessment. Let's see. You feel like at the crafting system, it's half finished in Build 42. You hope it's balanced so it's finished. Well, yeah, that's and this is not from like any type of the insider stuff. They had plans for a lot more stuff in the crafting system for Build 42, and I believe they have backed off on a lot of more of the ideas they wanted to do, because they were kind of running into the fact that they kept adding more and more and more, and a lot of it was having a negative effect on the game. And so when you say it's like half finished, it's because it kind of is. But we do not know what will or won't still be going into it later. Yeah, no, I am surprised it's being pushed to stable. Like that one really, really surprises me. Because if it still has about a bunch of balance problems and all that, then that is the current stable, whatever you want to go with, implemented, in use, put your label on it, version of the game. That is the experience all new players will be under. It doesn't matter what the labeling is at that point. Because most players are going to boot up the game, whatever version it's on, that's what they're going to play. I didn't end up actually driving that car that far. Okay. Yeah, no, it definitely feels like a feature creep problem. But it's also, and this is something that the devs have admitted publicly as well, it's also a problem that the devs ran into, where, and this is primarily with the Build 42 thing, but it's been existent in the game forever. That they ran into the problem that there wasn't really one person calling the shots of, like, what would and wouldn't be in, like, just, having their main responsibility being kind of, like, owning the game design part of the game. There's just, as a group of people who got together, they worked professional dev jobs in their past. I mean, one was a student, though, and all that. And so, like, genuinely, part of the reason they didn't grow the team forever is that the developers wanted to be involved in the game directly and not overseeing people working on the game on their behalf kind of thing. But what happened was they didn't have anyone kind of owning the overall vision or whatever you want to go with for the game. It was very ad hoc managed, and that ended up being a big pain point for him eventually. And that's the reasons why this past year or so, they did bring on an actual, like, this person's job is basically to decide what the focus is, all that. Which it does seem like the game's been improving a lot since that happened. That someone's, like, deciding what direction the game's going and where the focus is going to be and all that. Because very famously, I can't remember if it was the barricading the windows or which... No, I don't think it was there was one thing that they had added to the context menu, and then they took off the context menu. Then they put it back in the context menu, and then they took it back off the context menu again, and all, like, update after update. And that was kind of the thing that publicly kind of showed the pain that led the developers to being like, hey, we're bringing on a design lead because, like, we can't have this happening in our own team of just, like, one person adds it, the other person removes it because, we're not on the same page. So I'm curious to see. Thank you for the 210 stream streak, DG. I appreciate it. All right. Then I just do exercise because I don't have a whole lot else to work on. We're at that stage of the game that there's not much else to work on beyond just slam out exercises again and again. Yep, it'll probably be this upcoming in-game day that we hit level strength, 10 level strength or whatever. I'm trying to remember, Zomboid, as I recall, it does have an XP regression to it, right? At least on the fitness and strength. I believe that's true. Because I vaguely remember that you could fall out of 10 strength and have to, like, level... Well, strength we usually stayed up is, like, fitness. But if you're fighting zombies, it's a non-issue. You're overly paranoid to worry that Are you paranoid to worry about that railing that leads to your room? Oh, it feels like it easily just acts like... If you ran, there's a reason I don't run in a lot of places. And generally when I play, like, and people are like, what can I do to survive longer? One of, like, the main advice I give over everything else is to slow down. And that I, like, explicitly tell people to not run a lot of places. And that's all part of it, is stuff like that, where you accidentally huck yourself over a railing or a fence you didn't mean to, and now you've broken your leg. You're driving down the highway going, like, 70, 80 miles an hour, and then you catch yourself on, like, you see a pack of zombies, you try to swerve around, you catch yourself on a light pole, and you either kill your character outright or you shatter your leg. Like, most of the runs you see that really get some legs underneath them, that's how they go. It'll be just that one of those things that you just kind of get careless for a second, and your run ends. Gotta go slow to go fast? Yep. Right-click walk has saved you so many times from yeeting and falling. Yeah, no, for those who don't know, when you're up on roofs or something, say this rail isn't here, and you want to play it safe, do walk 2, click on the tile. It's not that it can never fail. It is very reliable. If for no other reason, you can go like this, and go right-click walk 2, and it'll turn red if a tile is not safe. So you can sit there and do that when you're running into trouble and all that. So, like, when you're trying to build a second floor on a building, you'll almost notice I'll stop using the walking, like, the keys to walk around very much, and I'll almost use exclusively, like, the right-click walk to, that kind of thing. Or I will go into combat stance and move very slowly. Okay, we're losing weight, and I still have rabbit. It's all going bad. Just gonna wolf it down. Hey, Dragon Rose, thank you for 140 stream streak. I do appreciate it. You can press Y to toggle click to walk, if you remember correctly. Yep, looks like Y will do it. So I'm deliberately overeating the amount of rabbit I need. You want to keep your weight between 75 and 85 kilograms. I'm not trying to be like, oh, let's game this, keep it at the top, all that kind of stuff. I usually won't put nearly that effort into it. The reason I'm doing this right now is all my rabbit is starting to go dodgy, so it's not going to stay good much longer. So we're just wolfing down the rabbit real fast. To keep the weight up. And the reason I'm taking the time to cook it as opposed to just right-click eating it is it'll make it fresh so I don't take any mood penalties. And you get a little bit more out of it by taking the time to cook it. This also lets me build up my cooking skill, which in turn makes it so I get even more nutrition out of the same amount of food. Which is one of those things you do. A lot of stuff you do in Project Zomboid is just form habits that support long-term living. Alright, we're no longer losing weight. Okay. Alright, so we're full to the point we can't eat anymore. Okay, and we are out of rabbit to be there. Just to say, it's been really fun enjoying your RimWorld run, too. So much epic micro and colony hanging by a thread. Been fun. Yeah, and we're going to be coming back to that run. That run's not done. I'm actually thinking I might do, like, a day or two of Product Zomboid, a day or two of RimWorld before build 42.2 drops. When that drops, I'll probably be in Product Zomboid for a little bit, just because, you know, there's going to be a lot of demand for it. And me being someone who's been, like, well-known in the Product Zomboid community and all that for all this time, it's definitely worth me making sure, you know, I'm present or whatever. Hey. Did they fix the bugs yet? For build 42, we don't know it's going to be in build 42.2 yet. So I can't answer that question. I'm also not up to speed on build 42. Right now, this is build 41. We are revisiting an old character. Kind of doing like one last hoorah before build 41 becomes the legacy build. We have played a lot of build 42 on the channel. But I just kind of wanted to visit this character before it's a chore to access the save by going to, like, Legacy version and all that, which is not that big a deal. You just go into Steam and be like, hey, beta branch, Legacy, yada yada. But it's just very likely, while this character has very few mods on it, they're just, like, UI mods for information. It is very likely that over time, those mods will stop working as they get updated. People have their mods pulled down. They delete their profiles and Steam. You get the idea. There's just a ton of different little things that can happen that makes mods unavailable for past versions of the game. Saw a zombie go down this way. I'm not loving cutting through here. Oh, yep, we're starting to have our rabbits go dodgy. All right. And helicopter day. Alright, let's deal with these last few zombies and make a decision on where this helicopter is going down. Okay, so right now I'm up here. We had the 42nd helicopter on year 1, 4 months, 3 days. So that's about 3 months ago. Where did I do my other helicopters? I bet you I did them along here. That's 1 year, 7 months. That's the 43rd. That's probably my most recent helicopter. Huh. One of those has got to be wrong. Because you wouldn't have that much time between there. There's probably 1 or 2 helicopters I failed to document. So I'm leaning towards, we take this helicopter up in maybe this area. And that way it'll pull zombies from up here, down there. And we could just do that. Because early game where I'm trying to draw the zombies away from home, we're at the point now where we're stacked. The helicopter is a very, very useful event for drawing zombies from a large area so that I can kind of whittle them down. And depending on how many show up, I can potentially fight through the whole helicopter. If too many show up, then I have to back off, and that just tells me that's an area I would then go and clear in the future. So we are at year 1, 7 months, 27 days. Is that right? If this is the last helicopter, yeah, that'd be about right. So it'd be about 11 days ago that we had our last helicopter. Yeah, I must not have documented, because that's saying, unless this one's wrong. Dude, where's the 41st helicopter? 6 months. Okay, so this one's wrong. That would have been at 7 months. Okay, that's fine. Let's see, does Build 42 have an option to fine-tune the helicopter events? You like having the repeated helicopter months, but every 3 to 4 weeks is too much? No. Build 42 has, I believe, the exact same settings. I don't think they even touch the settings for helicopter between 41 and 42. What is the interval between helicopters usually? There isn't one. If you're playing on the default settings of like Apocalypse or whatever, the helicopter shows once, you survive it, and it never comes back. And then your next settings, you have sometimes, and then you have often. Sometimes is what I'm playing right now, which is roughly every 3-ish weeks. It's not a set time, it's like a range. You can't fully know when it's going to show up. And I want to say often is like between 2 and 3 weeks is about its time span. So it's only a couple days faster than sometimes. It's one of those reasons, like, difficulty-wise, between sometimes and often, that's kind of not really that relevant. It's the fact that it comes back that's the important detail. But the helicopter can show up anytime from now till 7 p.m. for its initial show-up time. It can stay after 7 p.m., but it will arrive by at least 7 p.m. And then it can stay for up to about 4 in-game hours. It can do anywhere from 1 to 4 passes. And each pass takes very, very roughly an in-game hour. Actually, I think it's a bit under 4 hours, but either way. The 7 p.m. ones suck because, especially this time of year, it could start to get properly dark before the helicopter leaves. That's kind of your worst case scenario. This parking lot wouldn't be the worst place for it to actually happen. I'm going to keep clearing like it's a normal day. And then just when the helicopter arrives, we'll fall back to this parking lot and see what shakes out. Now I got about 180 swings left until we max out strength. 180 attacks. Actually, probably less than that. We probably have enough protein we're getting the bonus. I was pretty sure there was one more in that group. Yeah, so maybe what we'll do. So like I'm debating. So we're gonna do some Rimworld, we're gonna do some Project Zomboid, but until Build 42 drops, it's the question of like, do I spend more of the time just like do some stuff on Venus and Build 41, which is mostly something for my community. I don't imagine in the Project Zomboid category there's many people who are like going out of their way to be like, Build 41 content, excellent, excellent. You know, that's not the latest version or whatever. People want to see the new things. Granted, at this point, until it goes stable, I imagine, you know, Build 42 having its bug fixes and all that stuff. You only watch Build 43 content? So you only watch in, like, I would guess, not this fall, but, like, fall next year, maybe? And that's maybe. I have no idea how much of a lead they've got on or anything like that. The civilization survives 1 year, 7 months after the event. I mean, one alive person I would definitely not call a civilization. But you can see how when you get late game, you can kind of just walk around anywhere. And about the only thing you have to do is when you see a group of zombies, you kind of fight and back off. Keep thinking I hear the helicopter. That's kind of the key difference from, like, the maximum population game, like, early to late game. Early game, it's kind of you go to an area, and you're playing this, like, tug-of-war, that you're not really making any forward progress, and quite often you'll even be pushed back, you know, for a decent amount of time here and there. Then you get to, like, mid-late game, and there's, like, not really much resistance. You just kind of shove your way into an area, and you can just kill fast enough that by the time the zombies move to replace what you kill, not from, like, respawn, but from, like, migration, you could just hammer right on through and just keep on going. Trying to get our calories up. So we'll get a little bit of rabbit left, because we're about to run out of rabbit. At which point then I could keep fighting until I start dropping down towards the upper 70s. At which point then I need to back off and either do some fishing, or some trapping, or whatever. Okay. Let's see. Did you use weapon condition indicator? I think that is the star mod. Yes. Yeah, that's I was using that. We don't have that reloaded because I had to reinstall Project Zomboid and then take it down from build 42 to build 41, where I cleared off most of my build 41 mods and yada yada. All right. Okay, so we officially hit the point where I'm gaining weight again. We don't need to push that too hard. All right. Yeah, so these zombies clearly didn't hear me from the earlier time. So the ones moving down this way now, that'd be just zombie population moving. There's multiple systems in Project Zomboid that do move the zombies around. There's migration, redistribution, and a whole bunch of these ones. Ultimately, what it means is zombies will gradually move from areas where there's a bunch of them to where there's not, but it's also very weighted. So if you're like in a high urban environment that you cleared out a bunch of zombies, they'll have a tendency to migrate towards that. Whereas if you're in an area that is the middle of nowhere woods, it's not that none will migrate there, but the migrations to those areas will be pretty minor most of the time. Not counting, again, helicopters, meta event, the player driving around making a bunch of noise, or all those kind of things. So someday this helicopter will arrive. In the meanwhile, we just keep slaying. Or like another thing that happens, and this is more of a Product Zomboid mid-game than early or late, is Product Zomboid in the mid-game, you're kind of able to keep up the fight enough that you'll have like whatever the choke point is getting to the next cell of the map. And you'll end up fighting the zombies like right on that kind of split between this cell and that one. And it'll just be kind of a meat grinder until you're able to like push through. But what will happen is you'll end up with so many corpses right in that general area that you can't really stay and fight in that spot. You either have to like keep pulling them farther back or, you know, stuff like that. So there's definitely a lot of times in this run that, because I'm dealing with such absurdly high zombie pops, that I did ultimately have to kind of be like, okay, well, we've been fighting in this neighborhood for the better part of 2 weeks. The corpses are kind of getting way out of hand. We're going to leave this neighborhood entirely and go fight in this other neighborhood for a couple of weeks, you know, until the bodies have disappeared from the first neighborhood, to then, you know, resume our push there and kind of ping-pong back as able. You got one behind me, that one dies first, and then we got 2 rally groups ahead of me. Okay. Back off for just a minute. Because we are looking at a helicopter day, so we want to keep ourselves well rested. Because we're well rested, it means when the helicopter actually shows up, there's a good chance we can fight a good while. Hello, sneaky behind me zombie. It's also one of the reasons why, for new players, it's pretty dangerous to set up around tall fences unless you're fully enclosed. And even then, there can be some danger there, too. With fully, like, full height fences, you will have the zombies just kind of pour in around the sides quite often, trying to get their way in or whatever. And that can create all sorts of weird pathing kind of nonsense that, it's nothing wrong with the pathing, but it's just stuff you wouldn't necessarily expect. But just a thing to be a little bit wary that a lot of people see, like, the tall fence, like, oh, I gotta live there. Those tall fences, I mean, now in Build 42, they can just break the fences. But, you know, in Build 41, that wasn't the case. Yeah, so quite often, the tall fences could get you into a lot of trouble. I did a run where I used the prison in Rosewood as my home base, and it was a thing that every time I would open the front gates, there'd be like 2 rally groups with the zombies just standing at the door, because they won't attack a door until you get close enough that you aggro them to be aggressive towards the door. But they would be trying to path into the prison because it's such a large area that the distribution was trying to move the zombies into it, but couldn't, so they would stand at the door trying to path in and then just stay there. And it was just a thing that every time it was like you'd open the door and you'd have to back off real fast as all the zombies spilled through. But if you're a new player, you open a gate and there's suddenly 20 zombies there, that surprise would very easily get you killed. Alright, helicopter. Would you, like, show up already? Burning daylight. And strength 10. Literally, strength is maxed. Can no longer get any more strength. And what that does for me, it gives me a tiny bit extra damage and a tiny bit extra carry weight. Neither of which I really need at this point, but I mean, bigger number, bigger good. So, whatever. I was assuming the other one had gone bad by now. Come on. Come on, all of you. Come on. Gather round. For those who don't know, every single time I hit a zombie, I'm getting 1 hit point of fitness XP. And then you're going to get somewhere in the area of, I think it's like 0.8 to 2 or something like that, strength XP. There's like a whole variance of it. Alright. Sit. Alright, so this would be the 44th helicopter. And we are right here. So we'll do the symbols, boom, there, add 44th helicopter, 1 year, 7 months, 27 days. And there's 2 reasons I document that. The first reason is just because it's kind of cool to look back and see all the history going through the playthrough and all that. But there's a second reason that I document all that is just the fact that then if I'm like, man, I don't remember, especially when I haven't played the game in a while, it's like, man, I don't remember when the last helicopter was, when am I due again? I can just look at my notes and be like, okay, like the last helicopter was about 10 days ago, so I'm starting to reach the point that it could show up. You know, that kind of thing. Let's reposition just a little bit. Okay. Turning out inventory for a minute. Just one pass? All that time and just one? Come on, man. Bring more. Story-wise, what's the point of the helicopter? So, well, they never did specifically say this is what the story is. If you go and you start looking into all like the hidden lore in the game, there is a news reporter who is outside of the excursion or the exclusion zone, who is radioing someone inside the exclusion zone. And they radio a bunch of times, and then the last radio from the reporter's side is basically that she can't reach whoever it is she's trying to get them on the radio and they're not responding kind of deal. And that happens around, I can't remember, it was like day 5 or 6. And then it's like day 7, or like it's like late day 6, 7 that the helicopter can first show up. And so the implication is that the news reporter is violating the exclusion zone to try and figure out what's going on. No, I mean, it's just... the 6-7 thing is just completely fine. It's no different than when I was younger and people were like, 69! Nice! It's the same thing. There are people all get us like, oh, 6-7. It's like, dude, it's just a funny number. It's just like 69. It's just like 420. It's fine. Yep, 1337. That's another one. Leet. They're just numbers that arbitrarily were considered funny numbers. Some representing stuff, some not really having anything. But that's the thing. Yeah, like 42. But yeah, like, they mean things, sure. But, like, the 6-7 kind of thing, it's like, okay, so it doesn't have some specific meaning or whatever. It's just, you know, people, for whatever reason, decided it was funny. And now it's honestly more the reactions that people give and all that that are what make it funny. You know, whatever the initial thing that got someone to laugh about it the first time is probably long since lost to time. Because it may have even had a valid reason at the beginning, but then, like, the fact that it means nothing got people to keep doing it or whatever, for the joke, for the memes. It is the reason why, even though we were in good shape, I dropped back immediately, even though it's a little bit early because of dark. you'll notice that because the helicopter kind of just moves a bunch of zombies around all over the place, I'm making sure to secure back home both the actual location as well as to secure my ability to get there. Because some of the ways you'll end up taking deaths once you start getting to the point where you can survive over a week or whatever is you'll be like, okay, things are good, I cleared my area, let me go ahead and, you know, push, and you like really kind of overextend yourself. You're like, okay, I need to go back home, I'm a bit taxed. And then you get back home, and then there's just a horde of zombies waiting for you there because, you know, a meta event or whatever happened. They heard your car drive away. We're just gonna do a quick once around the block. Make sure we're all in the clear still. Friends and I always just hung out your base. Yeah, it works as well. Like, one general advice I usually will give players is every morning before you leave your base, whether you're chilling out in the area or you're going to be, like, going for a journey or whatever, unless you're straight up, like, abandoning base, you're just leaving and not coming back, it's always worth just kind of doing it once around the block, and any zombie you can see from where you are going to sleep, kill it in the morning. You'll come back, and there'll probably be a couple that stagger back in there over the day, which that's fine. But if you clear out the ones in the beginning, it won't be very often you come home to having large numbers of zombies waiting for you. Not unless you've just pushed pretty far into a high-density area and you haven't had a chance to clear much. Alright. Thought I heard something banging on a window. Oh, it's the music. I was like, am I hearing something banging on something? Okay. Do what we can to keep those calories up. It'll be one of those things since we have to stop to get more rabbits. Do we know why the answer is why the number 42 is the answer for everything? I have no idea. All right. You're talking about a computer named Deep-Thought? Oh, yeah, I mean, yes. Yes, I am familiar with Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Deep-Thought, and like the whole thing where Earth is supposed to be an experiment and all that kind of stuff. Which I won't say more than that to not spoil you know, that. Okay. So sit for a minute. Put that back on. Put this on. Put this on. Put that in my hands. Slam down another rabbit. Yeah, so Spears is gaining a good couple hundred a day, like 600 a day or something like that. And it usually takes somewhere in the area about 30 to 45 minutes per... Sorry, about like 30 minutes or so per in-game day to actually get through. Which you might be like, but I thought a day was an hour. Right, but you sleep through a chunk of it. And you also, you know, fast forward from time to time when you're resting or when you're crafting or whatever. It's a reference to old memory allocation. The allocation 42 is a free slot, meaning 42 can be anything you want it to be. Gotcha. Is that something that was actually intended by the authors, or is that, like, just something people attributed to it later? Because it's always hard to tell, especially when you're talking about stuff past tense, unless you get, like, first-hand things. Let's see, you remember looking it up, but the author just picked a completely random number. Yeah, that's what I thought, because I remember that being a thing as well, that the author had just come up with a random number, and then people basically misattributed meaning to it. Which happens a lot. It's kind of like all the things you'll be like, people were meant to be free, Albert Einstein. And you'll be like, okay, but did he really say it? And the vast majority of the time, like, the quotes going, like, attributed to, like, George Washington or Albert Einstein or, you know, choose any historically important figure or whatever. And, like, you'll have one or two quotes that they did say that they're very famous for. And then you'll have a whole bunch of, like, nuggets of wisdom and all that they did not say. The sheer number of quotes misattributed to Churchill. Exactly. Yeah, I got home a little early. You're sort of meant to be free. But yeah, that happens all the time. It's when you get into like the fact-checking side of things, it's usually one of the first things that comes up. It's like, hey man, you aren't first, you're last, Churchill. Yep, and we are drowsy because all the exercise and that exerted us a lot. But I do not let my character sleep before midnight. Unless I'm dealing with, like, you're extremely drowsy and the sleep schedule's totally jacked. But I always try to go to sleep around midnight or so. A little after is okay. And then the reason I do that is that should give me enough time to get a full night's rest. Before, like, the next day is going. Because unless you set the game to very bright, if you wake up too early and it's just, like, pitch black outside, you're just basically begging to die. Losing visibility of the zombies is one of the main things that gets you killed with the zombies. Whether it's, like, obstructed vision from, like, line of sight, or fog, or it's just too dark. It almost doesn't matter, it's just, they'll all get you killed. And part of the reason I closed the door as well, this location I probably wouldn't need to worry about it. There are other locations where, since I have my zombies set up where they can open doors and windows, if I come back and I see the door is left open into my home, I can safely assume there's probably a zombie inside. And the reason I don't leave the door closed and locked is because then I come back and my door's gone, and now I don't have a door. So I'd rather they just... If they're gonna break in anyways, I'll let them in welcomely and have that cue to be like, okay, you know, security is breached. Man, I forgot that the shout didn't have a sound in Build 41. It's honestly one of the things that's kind of throwing me. And that the Moodles, when they're up here, they're so tiny. So it's like, that's one of the things where I have some negative criticism of Build 42, but there are a lot of good things that Build 42 brought to the table as well. There were accessibility changes made to the game. They made it so the UI could be scaled better. So that way you weren't trying to look at the microscopic thing on your high-resolution screens. I actually do like the muscle fatigue. I know there's a lot of people who cannot stand the muscle fatigue, but low-key, I actually do like the muscle fatigue. It's definitely rough early game, but considering I already do my playthroughs where it's like the very, very slow burn, the muscle fatigue is effectively just kind of my normal stuff. It's just a different label on it. And plus, when you're zero fitness, you don't really have a lot of time to build up, that's not what, build up a lot of muscle fatigue before you're exerted anyway, so it doesn't kind of have the same effect. You couldn't stand it? No, and I know it's a very unpopular feature. Alright, let's deal with these two. Hey Mark, how's it going? I probably shouldn't be worrying about these kind of things, but I don't want to break good habits. So the good habit here is when you're going through an area that you're operating in, it's worth taking just a minute to, if you have the ability that is, to drag the cars off the road. So that way later when you're like, oh man, it's a helicopter, I gotta rush over here and do this, which if you're doing that, there's something's already wrong. But in the event you're like, things are off balance and you gotta kind of de-screw up a situation, or even just you don't want to have it where you're not paying close attention, you slam into the side of a car going like 70 miles an hour because you didn't clear it out. So it's like also those things like when you get to the crossroads intersection, for example, where there's all the trashed cars, when I get the stuff where I actually will take the time to start peeling all the cars off there. Yep, you crashed a car and killed yourself before? Oh yeah, most people have. Alright, we just had the helicopter, so I'm not going to sweat it. We're not eligible for another helicopter for at least like a week and some change. Also, fun fact, unless it's changed in Build 42, like recently, because I know it was a problem at the beginning, your cars in-game, both Build 42 and 41, when they go in reverse, are substantially louder than if they go forward. Why? I don't know, it's just the way it is. Okay. That doesn't have ammo. I was gonna grab the shotgun and just fire off a couple of rounds, but it's empty. Okay. That's the reason I honked the horn and I kept the engine running. We're just drawing all the zombies in the nearby area. Because keep in mind, we're just next to where the helicopter went off, so a bunch of zombies would have got moved around. Okay, so our endurance is getting a little dodgy. As cited by the fact that suddenly we go from one tapping absolutely everything to two tapping most things. Well, hello, late arrivals. Alright. So this is a back off farther situation. Because if I keep pushing that, we're going to push ourselves into the higher level of exertion. And if that happens, then we stop being in a good situation. We end up having to desperately try and fight to just barely survive. Should be a chair around here somewhere for me to rest at. I put them down and marked them on the map. Hey, the Ents! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff playing. I believe I saw you playing Baldur's Gate 3. Yep. For those who don't know, the Ents plays a lot of fantastic games. Does like Stardew Valley, Coral Island, all these kind of things. But doing some Baldur's Gate 3. Fantastic creator, does stream in German, just as a heads up. There's nothing wrong with that, just to be clear. Does understand English if you write it, but does stream in German out loud. And thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, and the you've been doing that for 20 months, and I do appreciate that. So let's kill these 3 zombies, and then go rest at the chair, and then we can go back to fighting by our car. Because the drawing a ridiculous number of zombies to the car was not a mistake. That was a deliberate decision. And thank you for so much for the 45 stream streak. I do appreciate that as well. Okay, and put the spare spear on her back. That's fine, I'm not gonna chase you. Let's deal with the stuff going towards our car. Alright. Okay. So the car's just up here. It's probably going to have a big swarm of zombies nearby it. Not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I see you over there in the trees. Want to say hello? Trees will get you, man. Technically lost sight of the zombie for just a second, which is why I slapped the tree instead of the zombie. Okay. Bring on the next wave. Yeah, and then when Build 42.2 comes out, we go from this nonsense, we're able to slap the zombies over in mass, to where 2 or 3 zombies is a slog because our character has no stats. Because my preference in Product Zomboid is to do what I call 0 to hero, which is where we start with 0 strength, 0 fitness, and all that kind of nonsense. And then we have to build up from there. Alright, let's back off again. Sit down for a minute. Run up there, kill a bunch more zombies. Your swords are more common? I mean, I feel like for build 41, the swords being this rare is why the swords could be so amazing. Like the katana and the machete being so ridiculously strong was only kind of permitted because they were so rare. Otherwise, you just go after the swords all the time. Build 42, because the weapon drops are pretty close to non-existent compared to build 41. You depend on the crafting, and at that point you can craft up as many as you like. So it does make swords more accessible in that regard. But yeah, no, if they made them more common, they would have to nerf them. Build 41, getting a sword is kind of like grabbing quad damage in like your old first-person shooters. You just get a little while that you're a menace, and then your sword breaks. I also appreciated with, for example, the swords in Project Zomboid, that, generally speaking, at the very low levels of the long blade weapon, the katana worked a lot better. But then as you start building up levels, you pretty quickly get from switched over from, like, katana to machete being the one that's the better of the two. And there's only a couple weapon categories that have that kind of thing, where, like, what weapon is best changes as your skill level goes up that much. The only other one I could think of that really had that kind of a level is, the axes in Build 41. And Build 42, the axes as well. That early on you use the fireman's axe, because it gets you to 1 and 2 hitting zombies faster. But once you start getting to, like, level, it's something like 3 or 4 or 5, somewhere in that ballpark, that once you start getting just a couple levels into axes, that you start being able to 1 and 2 hit zombies with the hatchet. Then, because the hatchet's so much more endurance efficient, you're better off not using the fireman's axe, but instead using the hatchet. Okay. But yeah, so you probably noticed here that my strategy kind of got to an intersection that we hadn't cleared on one side of it. And so I just kind of went up there. I drew a bunch of zombies in using the helicopter. And then I'm just making noise to draw any zombies in that we can. And that's part of the reason why most of the days I don't have that many zombies to fight. It's because of the days like this, where we roll up into the area and we just end up taking out so many zombies. Oh, wait, we got another wave coming. You had a character who was 10 swords and 10 maintenance, 9 strength, 8 fitness. Oh yeah, so you could get some massive work done. You'll probably actually notice I have just a machete sitting in the truck. That's kind of the I've run out of weapons and I just need to like keep going kind of thing, or there's just I'm pressured and I need to kind of make something work. Or I'm just really tired of spears. I just want to kill zombies straight up the normal way for a little while. Okay. Just feed yourselves into the grinder. I'm getting ready to be fatigued again. Or exerted, not fatigued. Fatigued is sleepy, exerted is, like, exhausted. But they do have a feedback loop between them. A lot of Zomboid systems you'll find do feedback into each other where they have a cascading effect. So, like, for example, getting dehydrated makes you overheat. Overheating makes you more dehydrated. Getting exerted makes you sleepy. Getting sleepy makes it so you recover from exertion slower. That's a lot of the way the things in the game get you is, you'll be just, like, a little off balance, and it will very rapidly accumulate to being really, really bad. It's one of those reasons you don't push. All right. So I really need them to stop aggroing to me for a second so I can go and get a proper rest. Because the longer I spend exerted, the faster we get sleepy. The faster we get sleepy, the more there. Is it possible to clear the entire map, or do they keep coming? So if you're on your default settings, like you just hit Apocalypse and Go or Extinction and Go in Build 42, they will continue respawning for all eternity. There is no clearing the map. And they'll actually recover from an area relatively quickly once you've left it. They won't spawn near you. There's a lot of restrictions on spawning. But it is a thing that they won't spawn near you, and if you're in an area recently, they won't spawn in that area. But the moment you leave an area, they start spawning. Hey, and thank you for Lieutenant Zombie Lord for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all good stuff, and welcome in raiders. But that said, most of the time when you have people are playing in higher pops, like we're playing in 16 times pop, which is the maximum that this supports. And thank you for the well wishes, and I hope you had fun in Counter-Strike and all that stuff. But when you're playing at higher pops, you'll have people turn off respawn. Because it only takes a couple times population with even just regular respawn, not even juiced respawn, before you start running into the problem where you can't even theoretically clear an area. And it has to do with, like, the area in question and all that. So, like, where we're in Louisville, if I were on 16 times pop with regular respawns, you can sustain kill somewhere in the area of, like, 700 zombies a day or something like that. Like, once you get properly going. And that means you'll have, like, days that you're killing, like, 11 and 12 and 1,300. But then, you know, you'll also have days where you kill almost none because you're having to deal with, like, getting food and water and making new weapons or whatever you got going on. And I don't know what Build 42's numbers. That 700 is Build 41. Build 42, it would be lower. I just don't know by how much. But then you start doing the fact that's like, okay, well, one of these tiles could have, like, 20, 30,000 zombies. And I don't remember what the respawn rate was. But it's something like 10% per 3 days or some nonsense. And you do the numbers, you're like, well, that doesn't work. And that's only considering the cell you're in. Whereas your neighboring cells also will repopulate their populations as well. So if you're gonna play anything but like a relatively low pop, respawning is generally something you probably want to turn off. But even with the respawning off, isn't it like 4 million something zombies in the map still at 16 times pop? Yes. I don't know what the exact number is now because I haven't really seen what people came up with for Build 42. But it is in like the millions, considering we have people who have killed over 1 million zombies with the respawns off at 16 times pop. Hey, Cookie, how's it going? All right. You died today from outside heat? Yup. Actually, I can't say that. Me and Tomb literally just didn't leave the house today. It's like, it's hot, it's miserable. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna stay home, and I'm gonna eat leftover pizza. And I do apologize for, like, where I'm not able to keep up with chat while we're kind of in the thick of fighting. It's actually one of the reasons I don't play Project Zomboid as much on stream. It's kind of hard to stay engaged with chat when I have to, like, really kind of sweaty focus. Because it is a game where one mistake, and congratulations, you've lost it all. Alright, you did an hour outside work yesterday, and you had to take 2 breaks to not get heat stroke. Oh yeah, no, it's something ridiculous. Yeah, I think our feels like was like 103 or 104 or whatever. You played board games with your dad. The game was called Phantom Epoch. Interesting. I don't know that one. You also notice as the bodies start building up, I'm going to get a little bit more and more cagey about fighting near the bodies. It's nothing to do with the corpse sickness. That is a thing, sure, but it's not that hard to manage. The problem is the visual noise. It's really hard to make out the individual zombies and all that. It's easy for a zombie to just be standing on top of the other zombies and go unnoticed. Okay. Yeah, there's one behind me on the left. Oh, two. That's still fine. The important thing is there was a danger behind me and that I was aware of it. Let's see. Very long campaign board game. You died too. You mowed and edged a lawn at 3 p.m. in North Texas. Yeah. Bodies cost you on the long run. Don't remember the character's name. Oh, yeah. That would be Dr. Ellen Ennis. That, I was fighting outside the Rosewood prison. And, you know, everyone was in their orange prison jumpsuits or whatever. And, yeah, it was just one of those things that there was one zombie standing perfectly still on the pile of all the other zombies. And it just walked directly into it and got bit. Alright, we got our first level of corpse sickness going on. That's a nothing. Generally speaking, once it goes from feeling a little queasy to, I can't remember what it was. There was one, like, I think it was feeling a little queasy, sick, and then there was one more? Or was there... Oh, it was feeling a little queasy, nauseous, sick, then fever. If I ever see sick, I immediately leave. Because the gap between sick and fever is very, very small. So it's kind of the moment you see sick, it is time to drop what you're doing and leave. Because once you go feverish, you start rapidly dying. Okay. I see you. It's zombies like that one. If it was a little bit more over the corpse, I can get you in trouble. Because you'll notice sometimes I'll just sit there until right on top of them. And if you do that where you don't see the zombie, that's it. Runs over. That's how fast it goes bad. You walk up, it turns, it grabs you, you get caught off guard, and that's it. Okay. Yeah, this area should be mostly clear after this. We did do a helicopter. And this will be day 2 of just honking our horn, making a bunch of ruckus. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, come on. All you stragglers. Alright. Alright, so let's back off. Sit down for a minute. Did it already break in our spear? Yes, it did. Put another one on the back. Alright. At one point you thought the welcome, thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream was pre-recorded because you normally say it with the same tone and rhythm. Yeah, no, I deliberately do not record it. Like, because I do mean it and all that. But I have opted to, you know, yeah, I say it the same kind of way. Like, it does kind of become one of those things that, like, you repeat it enough times that you just have a habitual way of doing it. One moment, ma'am. The same inflection in notes? Yep. It happens. When you say something enough times, you'll end up having it very, very similarly said. Alright, so probably kill this group here. Maybe they... Yeah, I'll probably kill this group here, and then we'll probably back off. I'm already staying out a little bit later than I probably should. It's gonna get dark. Like, thanks for subbing. Yep. That one I try to be conscious for, like, you know, the subbing, like, I'll definitely say it different ways and, you know, say the amount of time and all that. Just trying to make sure, like, people realize it's not just, like, pre-recorded that, you know, I'll just, like, slap up the recording and be like, cool, it did the thing, don't care, whatever. I try and make sure people do kind of realize, you know, it does mean a lot. I really can't do this without the subs. So I deliberately don't say the name. It's a actual conscious decision. So far as, like, the I'm sorry, never mind. Subbing, yes, I do. I say name. Yes, sorry. The subbing, I say the name. With the follows, I deliberately don't say the name. Yeah, subbing, I will say the name because you're gonna put your name out there anyways. But with the follows, we do anonymous follows. That way, people can follow without, like, kind of, you know, being outed in chat and all that, because people don't necessarily want to be called out for it. Okay. Yeah, no, exactly. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, The subbing, yeah, they're throwing money at it and all that. And you have the option when you sub to be like, I would like to sub anonymously, or gift subs anonymously, that kind of thing, if I recall correctly. Where you do not have that choice for following. Hey Frank with the sub, Twitch asks if you should announce or not. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, the subs you at least get that control. With follows, it's just like, haha, I'm gonna just put this out there. Deal with it. And because it's getting dark, that's the reason I'm kind of hiding menus right now. Is I know the visibility is a bit on the poor side. I'm trying to give myself all the time in the world to spot problems. That's why I was making the comment I should go back earlier. You notice visibility here is not exactly stellar. So it's way easier to accidentally get snuck up on. Okay. Turns the brightness up on the phone to see. Yeah, I used to have a thing I would do, where I had a filter I would use that when I got stuck out on those really dark nights, I'd hit a button and it would turn up effectively the gamma on the game. So, and I'd do it on OBS, so it wouldn't be me seeing it brighter in game, because I'd keep the challenge of it being dark for myself. But then for people watching, it was like 10 or 20% brighter. I can't remember what I set it to. The problem is then I would forget it, and people would be like, why is the color all washed out? The speed you go through these spears is so ridiculous. All right. And how much spear skill did I get today? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to push all the way to maxing this out. That'd probably be like 3 or 4 streams just going ham trying to get that done. I'm happy we got the 10 strength. Why is my lights off? Okay, I'll have to deal with that in the morning. The generator... must have run out of gas for some reason. Can you give a rough estimate how many streams it would take to max fitness? Oh, there's no way I could give you any meaningful information on that. Like that would depend so much on like your player stats, what your settings were, how like what your play style was. Are you being very aggressive? Are you being very passive? There was just way too much to give you any type of meaningful anything. Oh, I haven't maxed fitness. Well, how long it would take to max fitness? Well, to max fitness, probably like an in-game month or two would be my guess. If I'm pushing for it. If I'm like really just doing nothing but fitness, it would probably be much faster. But I don't think I would enjoy playing that, nor do I think anyone would enjoy watching me just sitting here and just slamming sit-ups out, you know, for like the entirety of the in-game day. All right. Cool, and we can put another one on our back. Lamps a rabbit. Yeah, you've gotten fitness to 8 on your character in about an in-game year, and you've had enough. Yep. That's, with a lot of these, like, really long marathon playthroughs, that's actually one of the things people are like, oh man, this must be so hard. It's like, no, hard's not actually the word I would use for it. It's like a diligence thing more. Like, Project Zomboid, as long as you're not using sprinters, is 100% a masterable game. Sprinters you can, but there is a certain amount of arcadiness about it that, you know, you are eventually just going to make a mistake because the sprinter, like, runs at a weird angle and all that, because sometimes their pathing gets dodgy. It's like learning all the ways to kind of manipulate it to try and minimize those risks and yada yada. But it is a game you can absolutely master the flow of combat. And then if you're approaching every fight strategically, being like, okay, I've cleared the area behind me, here's the routes that I can be attacked from, you know, constantly being vigilant, checking, all that kind of things, and whatnot. And all that, like, you can have a very low amount of risk. Isn't there a mechanic where doing exercise has a point where you cannot do any more for the day? So what happens is as you do exercises, it causes you pain. Like you'll get muscle fatigue kind of pain. And once you have a certain amount of pain, it won't let you exercise. You also have, like, when you're too exerted, it won't let you exercise. So you exercise, and then you rest, and then you exercise, and then you rest. You can slam out a bunch in one day, but then the next day your character is absolutely in, like, torturous amounts of pain. And so the next day your character can't work out for a good chunk of the day, and it gives you a certain amount of risk because depending on what exercises you did, your character might not move as fast, they might not hit as hard. You know, stuff like that. They have a higher chance of tripping when crossing over fences and all that kind of stuff. Alright, we got a little bit of neck pain because we're sleeping on a tent on the floor. Don't care. Alright. I think we do... Well, we're going to do two things. First, to figure out what's going on with my generator. My assumption it ran out of gas. My assumption is there's a lot of freezers there that I'm not really even using, but they would still put an extra load on the generator. And so it probably just straight up ran out of gas. Yep. That's fine. That's why I keep a gas can right there in the first place. That way, if ever a good thing. Is this update with animals? Is this update with animal pets in it? If you're talking about... So right now, this is the old version. If you're talking about Build 42... Build 42, you can do animal husbandry, but they don't have, like, dogs and cats and that kind of thing. They've got, like, deers and cows and sheep. The update that is coming in just a couple of days, that's Build 42.2. While we don't know everything they're going to be planning to put on it, the expectation is it'll be what the unstable branch has been, but with, like, you know, probably some nice things added to it, but nothing major. And then, like, a lot of bug fixes. So low-key, and this is probably something stupid and dangerous that I shouldn't be doing, because I know the save is on borrowed time because of the update. Right, so that's the main drag up there. Alright, so what we're going to do is... I have plenty of food just in case. No. Let's grab some food. I want to see if we start going into Louisville proper... Like, if we go into Louisville proper, like, how much of that has been cleaned out from... all the helicopters that have come and gone, all the slaying we've done, and a bunch of these other things we've got going on this whole run. That'll be more than I could possibly eat before they rot. Because we don't really have an idea outside of the area we've been operating what anything is like anymore. And this character is, you know, over a year and a half old. While they were alive, there was a bug that zombies could hear well past pinpoint hearing that we had to deal with for a while, and stuff like that. So my intention here is I'm going to go up this road, take the right, and we're going to go right up this highway and just start walking until things start looking, like, really nasty. The intention isn't to fight our way up the road, we're doing a scouting, you know, thing. I don't normally do this, but, like, I am genuinely just curious about the circumstances that this run is in. I see those two on the left, I'll get them in a minute. Not going to the prison? I have no idea off the top of my head where the prison is in Louisville. It's been way too long. And as far as the prison in Rosewood, even if I went, like... Even if I didn't sleep between now and Build 42.2 dropping in like 4 days, we would not be able to get to the prison and clear it in time in Rosewood. Even if I skipped everything straight to Rosewood, which would be very dangerous. Because we are playing at 16 times pop. And if you looked at the map here, this character has never left Louisville. The 200-ish thousand zombies we've killed, just Louisville. "96-hour stream, followed by medical advisory." Probably not followed by, that'd probably be medical advisory during. When you start hallucinating and everything. Okay. Avoid the temptation to start slaying everything. Because just falling into that pattern. We are scouting today. We can go ahead and hide our stuff here. I don't believe they have a 36-hour rule. There is a thing when you go over a certain amount of time, your stream will automatically end, and then you can start it back up. Because the assumption is you've fallen asleep or whatever, and or you just like left your stream on, kind of walked away not knowing. If they do have a rule, I'm not aware of it. Because there definitely are streams where people keep the stream going effectively for a week, but it is that, you know, they have to shut down the stream and bring it back up. But you could definitely make the argument that doing, you know, a 36, 48-hour stream could easily be made an argument for self-harm at that point. Because there's a difference between 24 hours and, like, pushing yourself a little bit long, and then going, like, 2 days. Because very genuinely, the point where you go from, hey, you're just streaming a little long, to, no, actually, this is medically concerning. Like, genuinely, it doesn't take that long before sleep deprivation becomes really bad. I think it's only under, like, 48 hours that you start risking hallucination and everything. Been so long since I've been in Louisville. I don't think I've been in Louisville at all in Build 42. Just because of the settings I play and everything. I wouldn't be able to even make a move on it until, like, really high stats. And you can see this character is basically maxed out in how long it takes to get anything done here. This is still not very dense. This is what I would consider, like, in my mind, a passive density. This is where, like, the zombies have split out. They don't need to really jostle around to do anything. Like, I mean, we look, it's just empty up here. But, like, there's definitely nowhere near enough zombies to be that threatening to me. Wasn't there a guy who broke the record for staying awake, then ended up having permanent brain damage? It wouldn't surprise me. Like, we have well documented that, like, sleep deprivation is extremely bad for you. There's a reason why, like, it is literally considered a war crime and torture to cause people sleep deprivation. Like, to the point of that level, like, not like, you can't go to bed yet. Nah, but, like, you know, properly, you are intending to make noise and all that. It's also one of the reasons why, when you're dealing with, one of the strategies that protests will have to go to the areas and just kind of make a bunch of noise, so it's hard for whoever they're opposing or whatever, to cause them to kind of not stick around, is by just keeping them up all night. Because if they can't get sleep, then it doesn't take long for them to start having difficulty functioning. Okay, so that started looking properly dangerous up there. We had groups cutting across. And since it went up the middle of the road, I can just go right on down the side, and I only got to worry about when we start getting over to these areas. Well, he was done at the World Cup with one of the hotels. I don't know about that one, but there's many, many documented cases where, for a whole range of reasons, like people standing outside the hotel making a big racket because, you know, there's someone they disagree with, like, staying at the hotel, so far as, like, not just a individual, but, you know, like, the hotel's keeping a bunch of people who are, like, part of a controversial group or whatever. Let's see. Yeah, it was up for 3 days straight, Sunday morning, then Tuesday once, and the end of the third day, you're seeing things move in the shadows. Honestly, the fact that it took you 3 days to reach that point is probably the more impressive part, because very genuinely, Okay, VOD has a max of 48 hours, but Twitch has no being awake rule. They just suggest having a healthy sleep schedule. Right, that's the saying. I don't think there's any type of hard, fast rule. But if you were staying up to the point that, you know, you're hallucinating and potentially suffering, like, cardiac problems, because that's one of the things that sleep deprivation can do, is cause heart complications. You know, once you started being, like, symptomatic in that way, if someone reported you, I would fully expect Twitch would probably be like, nope, you're out, channel banned. Yeah, no, sleep deprivation will 100% is capable of killing you. Now, granted, that's not like you didn't sleep for a day or and a half, or it's nothing that short, but it's not that long. It is single-digit days that it goes from, like, you're totally fine to, no, seriously, very much you are in a medical emergency kind of situation. Alright, so it's looking like any type of clearing to push into town. It is just going to be the slog clearing. And we could certainly do it and just be like, get number bigger. I kind of feel like for the last little hoorah on Venus, that's probably not where I actually want to put it. This character spent her whole life fighting, which is fine. And she's nearly maxed out her skills, and I was looking at the spear skill, and it's like, man, I would have to really, really hammer away at that skill to get that set up. We are starting to lose weight. Alright, 1 second. We are starting to properly lose weight again. Yeah, 48 to 72 hours is the range they said that you'll start to really mess you up. Yes. And you think about that, that's only 2 to 3 days. Only 2 to 3 days with, like, literally no sleep. That, you go from, like, man, I'm a bit tired, to, like, okay, this is now a medical problem. Alright, so what we're doing is I think we're not going to just keep pushing up the road here. So we are here. And like you saw, we walked about a block up here, and I saw up this direction. And we had like 3 rally groups bunched here. And that told me we're hitting a cell border that's probably fully populated. So that was a curiosity that doing this stuff down here, I did not pull enough zombies up here for that to be clear. Oh, I also forgot that I had been working up this coast with the intended pushing in the industry. None of that's going to happen. There's not enough time. I figure we'll start by going back home and seeing what we've got going on at the home front. Let's see, the Miramar says, you were 7 months pregnant, and went 2 weeks where you averaged like 2 hours a night. You were so exhausted, you were seeing sounds. Got a prescription for a low dose of sleep medicines. Waking up after a solid 8 hours was incredible. Oh yeah, no, it's a whole thing. So I believe this is, I think, just a straight shot back home. Yeah, so keep in mind, this is Louisville. All of this would be basically jam-packed normally. Like, the whole city would be absolutely jam-packed. Yeah, we're gonna go down this road, and we'll see, like, a couple straggler zombies here and there as, like, meta events and helicopters and the car driving around here with no exhaust pipe on it, and all that slowly draws all the zombies out. And those chairs aren't solid. I could drive through them, they won't hurt anything. Okay. But yeah, so all of this previously, I would have to fight every inch. You'll notice on the sides of the road, these chairs, those chairs that were positioned like every other block, That's because they needed places to rest while pushing through all the zombies in here. So there'll be another chair coming right down here. I've got that chair there because I was having to fight by the graveyard. There's another chair down the ways a little bit farther here. That's like every bit of that with the slog going up through all there. You'll see like all the debris where I had to take cars apart to clear it up. But a big part of why we're backing off now is I don't have any high-calorie food left. I just got broccoli. So I'm probably going to need to deal with that. Yep, and just more and more chairs just on the side of the road where I had to fight up this main highway. And there's another one. That was probably already there and I was just utilizing it. Oh, hey. Finding a zombie down here is surprising. I've cleaned this area out so many times. It's kind of really shocking to find much of anything down here. Because every time I go out, this is where I'm coming to and from. Oh yeah, all the military backpacks from clearing out the checkpoint again and again. Let's see, how's the weather there? Celebrating B-Day and it's always on the rainy season? The weather today, actually, I've been home all day. Usually this time of year, it's basically just hot. And then in the afternoons, it'll typically have a pretty strong rain for a very short period of time. So, like, kind of really proper downpour for, like, maybe an hour. That'd be pretty typical here. But it has been... Oh, I forgot about all the flamingos. I forgot we collected all these flamingos over the run. This is just in Louisville, the flamingo line, which doesn't extend a whole screen. You better believe it extends over a whole screen. And thank you, Joe Deere, for gifting 2 subs to the community. I do appreciate that. Means a whole heck of a lot, and I appreciate that support. Oh, turn that off. Got an audience? Yep. We just keep our local flamboyant well taken care of. Alright, so let's go in here. We got our random junk for if I run out of food. Need to grab the dolls. Honestly, that may nice, just keep them there. Yeah, we also have all the trailers. And this is the home base. So don't worry about this room. There's absolutely nothing to see here. There's nothing weird about that room. And then we've got our pet zombie, who's in there. Dave is in here. Sometimes he reacts, sometimes he doesn't. We've got our water supply. So yes, I did take the time that this all sinks. When you see the roof. Yeah, Dave's still in there. We have a zombie that once in a long while will be in there who will aggro and just bang on the door. And for whatever reason, they cannot break the porta potty doors. I don't know why. It's just the way it was. But we were living here for a very, very long time and just walked out one day and we heard something banging on the door. I'm like, where's this zombie? And it was in that porta potty. But as you can see, I've got rain barrels galore up here so I can live for pretty much indefinitely and not have to worry about that. We've got all this set up here for... Yes, those are all rotten. And we've got that. We got our little grill here for cooking. That's build 42 that they fixed it. And then this is actually our home base where I've got my freezers here. There's nothing in them right now. We sleep on our medical stretcher and all that. We've got all of our books all over here, and our CDs. Have just about all of the ones in the game. We've got our picture of Kate. You thought they built in build 41? If they did, I'm unaware of it. They got our scrap and all that. All of our medical supplies. And if I remember correctly, over here... This is our arsenal, so we've got our 21 broken katanas and 4 perfectly functional katanas, 17 machetes, 31 broken machetes. We got, you know, an M4, M16s that are broken in here, a whole bunch of garden forks. I've got boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes of weapons. So if you wondered why you saw probably earlier that I had a crowbar on a zombie and I just left it there, I do not need any more crowbars. I, for the love of everything, do not need any more crowbars. I have so many crowbars. And then we've got all of our ammunition, our guns and all that, and our lockers over here, which we don't have much of, because I went on a whole field day of that. Yeah, we got trapped in here for literal in-game months at one point. Oh, drop the spears in the ground here for a moment. Who's Kate? So in Project Zomboid's old lore, when it was first kind of expanding out, you had Kate and Baldy. And Kate and Baldy were like, it wasn't a tutorial per se. It was one of the earlier releases, like release 30 something or whatever. That basically what ended up happening is instead of where you just spawn in the world and you're just trying to live, they would have Kate there, and Kate was injured. And so you'd have to run around and, you know, find medical supplies and food and all sorts of stuff and water for Kate while trying to survive. And then, you know, ultimately Kate dies. But it was like an introduction to the game. That was back before we had 3D models and everything. Alright. So, this is Build 41 fishing, for those who don't know why fishing changed. And Build 41 fishing is Build 40 foraging. Now, we are spearfishing, and we are spearfishing in what does qualify as winter. So it's going to be really bad. But we definitely have, you know, all that stuff. Alright. But yeah, no, way back, Project Zomboid was actually 2D pixel art that you'd run around. Was that build 40 they went to? Is it build 40 or 39 that they stopped doing the pixel art and they moved over to the models like we have now? Okay. Do I have the stuff to light the fire right here? I don't even remember anymore. So I can go to our fish. Get ourselves a fillet. Chuck it in here. It's been a minute because I know I had the lighter. Man, it's been so long. Oh, I think I have to have something to burn. There's probably some twigs or whatever here. There we go. Light fire. All right. But what we'll want to do is wake up in the morning, try and get some more fish. So when it comes to the seasons in Project Zomboid, there's no actual, like, oh, when the temperature's over this or temperature's over that in Build 41. It's really kind of hard and fast. Like, you're on March 1st, congratulations, you're out of winter. You are on November 1st, congratulations, you're in winter. Like, it's just a very hard, fast, you will go from not winter to winter instantly. Now, temperature slowly goes up and down, but as far as in Build 41, that determined whether or not the fish were going to be biting on a meaningful level and that kind of thing. Build 42, they changed that. Build 42 is more intelligent about a lot of that stuff, where the temperature does, like, slowly transition. Alright. So salad, we can put the fish fillet in there. Now, fun fact, if you have high enough cooking, you can use rotten ingredients. It's just instead of actually getting a meaningful amount of calories, you get like barely over anything. So the idea is you know food well enough that you can get away with cooking rotten stuff. As you can see, it's worth 1 hunger. Versus using stale is worth 6 hunger. Alright. But there's 2 time frames in Project Zomboid in the morning, basically sundown and sun up, like sunset, sunrise. That during those time frames, you actually get a significant boost to your fishing. And it can be a thing to, like, massively improve what all you can get done so far as all that goes. Alright. But yeah, and so, like, this middle area here, we were using as a farm when I needed to stay here. Eventually what ends up happening is I end up moving forward a bunch and then start farming and all that at a new area if I'm going to base from there. As fast as we clear in the game now, generally speaking, I'd be more tending to just go over, fish for a couple of days, and ignore anything past that. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I gotta use the restroom really bad, so I'm gonna do that, and I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Alright. And we are back. So get them fishing. Yeah, no, I know... Oh, that reminds me. My older brother asked me to check. He is looking at getting a computer. Hey, Sir Bleb, thank you for the tier 1 sub. That's 5 months, but sub to the channel, so I do appreciate that continued support. Basically, they've announced Build 42 is going stable in about 4 days. When that happens, Build 41 will go to Legacy Build. So you'll still be able to access it, but it won't be just, like, readily available as easily. You have to, like, kind of go to your settings and all that. But yeah, so you can see, even though we're... Oh, actually, I was going to say even though we're in winter, we're not in winter. We're officially in not winter. There's not a bunch of different season products on, but it's just winter and not winter. Alright. Alright. Retro gaming is on the rise, you suppose? Yeah, that's one of those things, like... Already we've had things going much more and more towards, like, indie games and all that kind of stuff. That's been a thing for a long time. It's like Florida, there's no there's summer and not summer. Yes, and summer lasts about 9 months. Yeah, so I'm glad they changed fishing. 9 months is a good year for summer? Alright, so I'm glad they changed fishing, because as you probably noticed, that was some, like, real kind of... Wait, what was that? Oh, right, we found a garter. I forgot about that. So yeah, so if I wanted to fish more, I would just have to go up the way a little farther and do that. But with that, out of the 50 weight I'm allowed to carry on my person, I'm carrying 62.55. Don't worry. 62 definitely fits in 50. there was a bunch of things in Build 41 where you could massively exceed your carry weight. Like mechanics, if you got yourself positioned, you could keep pulling stuff off the car into your inventory, and run around with well over 100 weight on your person. And when I say run, I mean walk slowly because you're not able to run anymore. Yep, so we've acquired fish. Oh, I just covered the fact that my inventory is completely full beyond all reason. You know, these twigs and stuff are on the ground because the trees growing in here and then me cutting them back down. Alright, so things I appreciate about Build 41. I could just go to cut fillet, and I don't have to choose all the individual fish types. If I want to rip clothes, I can go to a stack of clothes and just say rip all, and it'll rip them all. I don't have to be like, rip all t-shirts that happen to be pink, which is like 2. I miss this functionality greatly. Like, so much in Build 42. Where I'm forced to, like, go through and have to juggle all this stuff like this. I forgot how much capacity some of these things had in this one. Well, there goes the rest of the broccoli. Yeah, so, like, I think they made the capacity of these, like, 15 or something in Build 42. It's either 15 or, like, 25 or whatever. So, like, I just put about, like, 6 pike and everything in here. So what we could do now is grab you. This is Venus Orozco. This is not a new character. This is my personal best character. She's still around and kicking. I just wanted to do, like, a revisit of this character. And yeah, so this is the Louisville checkpoint. This character has a long time in them. Where I've cleared about half of Louisville. Yeah, this is probably my longest lived character. I'm not sure if it's my longest lived character. It's definitely a contestant for it if not. But it is my highest kill count character. Helicopter noises? That's fine. If we do helicopter noises, just look at the marks here. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 helicopters in this area. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 helicopters nearby. If we have a helicopter here, we'll probably see 1, maybe 2 zombies. Cool. Alright, so put you back away. I'll eat you now. Turn that on. Oh, right. I don't have to use a grill. I dragged an oven in here. How many bait fish did I have? Okay, meanwhile, we've got all the rotten broccoli. We can go ahead and chuck that in the trash. Okay, so what I can do here is I grab just a couple of these out. Can we choose something in between 20 and none? That'll do. All right. It looks like we got a bunch of fish that were smaller and all that stuff. Yeah, so when build 42.2 comes out, which is the one that's going stable, all previous builds will not work. Or all previous saves will not work. Build 41 saves can go to, like, the legacy one. They might have one that's, like, the build 42 legacy, I don't know. But the point being, on the new version, you will need to have a new save. And just from what we've seen from the trailer and all that, it does look like they've potentially done, like, some amount of overhaul on the map. Yeah, I can use the broccoli, but it's worth, like, 1 hunger. So, it's not really worth my time. Okay, we're no longer losing weight. Nice trailer collection. I mean, the other one is just military backpacks everywhere. Walking around here, just military backpacks all over. In this save, we had bugged save audio settings for a while. There was a bug with build 41 for, it wasn't very long, like a week or so, that the zombies had higher than pinpoint hearing even when you didn't have pinpoint hearing set. And so, yeah. Yeah, that is another thing, to be fair. If you wanted to keep something, Zomboid is not a game about keeping things. Yep, so that's the zombies outside our perimeter. And way up the way there, there's a gap in the fence, or not a gap, but there's a spot in the fence that they can destroy. I am going to leave that alone, because otherwise they'll just keep flooding in, it'll be annoying. Was this an actual gate or just no? It's just a walk-in way. Yeah, so this is the military checkpoint. So you like look at there's all the tents here and all that. We went through all this. This is where we got stuck fighting for like ever and ever. Don't show me that. Oh, that's right. That's right. The reason our foraging is such crap is in build 41 there was a lot of areas like the checkpoint here that they hadn't gone and set to have any type of like foraging zone. So there's just a lot of area in the Louisville area that's utterly worthless for foraging. If I get to the road, it should be fine. That's right. Hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? Yeah, so like, everything's looted on this map. Like, if you look at it, all these buildings I looted. The entire neighborhood looted every single house looking for the generator magazine. And I still mark every house I looted. And so you'll notice going into the save, I looted all this neighborhood. We looted this area down here, because this is actually the first neighborhood we went into when we started the run. I spawned here. I got forced to retreat out of Louisville. We went down here. I lived down there. We hit like a bunch of the random farmhouses out here to loot them. These houses, you actually can't reach most of these. There's a fence that's here. We looted the 3 houses there. You know, and you got the idea. We looted all this area. But after that point, you'll notice I stopped looting houses at all. Like, we went through the hospital. Oh, no, I take that back. I looted a little bit here. I can't remember what I was after there. But broadly speaking, you'll notice I stopped looting any buildings anymore. And that's just because by the time you get through this many houses, you don't... Like, you'll have, like, 1 or 2 items you still might need. Oh, right, that's the perimeter. I was like, wait a second, that's outside Louisville. It's like, no, there's a fence that goes along here, and anything that's inside there is the Louisville exclusion zone. Yeah, so we didn't hit the random farms out here, but yeah. We've cleared out most of that, because if you look down here, we've got the helicopter there. But yeah, I'm kind of at a loss of what I want to do now. Because we can just go fight zombies. I was all like, yeah, we'll have a big hoorah on the character. It's like, okay, I mean, there's base building, but that takes time and I'm not super invested in it. We actually have a good setup here for our base. Building to build is a whatever. Oh, you know what we need to do? Venus needs to clean herself up. Because Venus, so far as our characters, the way I do my characters is I, start a character, we give them 0 stats, 0 anything. Set fire to Muldrow. I wouldn't be able to do that before build 42.2. That's kind of one of the catches. This is the max pop. So going anywhere and doing anything that isn't an area we've already cleared, it's not something you pop in and do, it is a campaign. Like, everything takes a long time. Which I like, because if you don't set it that way, then in my experience what ends up happening is you could just blast through the map super duper quickly. Now it's just life waiting for death, basically. But yeah, because as well as things like, okay, I can throw down with the zombies, and we've done that. We did that for a good 3 hours. It's like, okay, but the character's super juiced, and so just throwing down the zombies actually isn't as fun once you start getting that far along. Because you literally just keep slapping them down one by one. And then I was like, okay, well maybe we push to get our spears to 10. That way we can have every single weapon skill maxed out. But then it's like, okay, realistically, that's probably going to take me 2, maybe 3 streams to get that done. And I am not excited about the idea of spending 2 or 3 streams of just hammering away at zombies and basically doing nothing but that to get that tick box. It'd be a nice milestone to have in the pocket, but that is a lot of grind. Yeah, so what I was going to say is with all my characters, I spawn the character in, I don't give them like a backstory in advance. We spawn in, we do what we do to survive, and then once we get things going enough, eventually we're like, okay, you know, this character's lived long enough, what's their name? And then through just circumstances of surviving, I end up giving them a backstory. And so because we got the fancy hat, it's basically, we're like, okay, you know, she's a fashionista, you know, before the zombie apocalypse, she wanted to have her own clothing line and all that kind of good stuff, and it just didn't kind of work out and all that. The zombie apocalypse had a negative effect in that. Let's see, how does zombie spawning work in Zomboid? How do you set up a safe area like you have? So, if you're on your default apocalypse or extinction settings, basically, there's a couple rules with spawning. If we consider that I'm down here, realistically, if I'm running around this general area, and I kill any zombies I see in this area, then what would end up happening is no zombies would show up new to respawn in this general area. But if I haven't been to this area in a while, the zombies would respawn. Now, I'm not running respawns. I have basically, I turned off respawns, but I turned the zombie population up to the absolute max the game supports. Generally, if you're going to play on higher populations, you'll want respawn off. If you're going to play on lower populations, I'd actually recommend you considering respawn. Now, another trick you can do is if I wall off the map, if I wall this area off so that there's walls entirely blocking from any outside area, respawns will not incur inside this space. So in theory, you could take the map and wall off the entire outer border of the map with respawns on to turn it off. That would be completely unrealistic to the point of you would be spending thousands of hours to do that. But you can go into your area, wall it off, that kind of deal. Once you've kind of enclosed the space and all that, it will disable respawns inside that area. Now, obviously, if something breaks through a wall or whatever, then it's not gone there. And that is, it's not a mechanic that, the zombies don't, walk on from the edge of the map. They just kind of into existence, just, politely out of camera. But, they do simulate that in the sense that if you have a walled-off area that's inaccessible from the outside of the map, then you don't get zombies there. With these on max pop, there's also millions of zombies. Yeah, I don't know what the population settings, on 16 times pop is for, 16 times pop on build 41. I do know it was in the millions. Can you make walls that they can't break? No. By its nature, Project Zomboid is not intended as a game where you set up a defense and you're just good, you set up traps and you're just good, or anything like that. You are intended to always need to do some level of fighting for your survival. It's the reason why there basically isn't any meaningful traps in the game. There isn't, you can't build, trenches or whatever. There's no way to make a truly defensible position. There have been things you could kind of sort of doing where you have a rope ladder tying up type thing where the zombies couldn't cross and you could make a safe area behind it. It's not really intended to be done kind of stuff, so much as people have found clever ways of making it work. But broadly speaking, you're not intended to ever truly be safe. Ultimately, most of the survival mechanics in this aren't particularly that deep. They're mostly there to serve as a way of pressuring the player to fight with the zombies. Yeah, any player-made structure is breakable. All right. Will be the new things in Build 42? Well, Build 42 has been out on Unstable for a very long time, and it completely reworks crafting. Fishing has been completely reworked. Forging has had an overpass. The crafting, when I say the crafting has changed, it is entirely different. And all that. They've changed the zombie distribution. They've changed the combat mechanics so far as muscle fatigue and all these kind of things. So Build 42 is a massive change. They've added animals for animal husbandry and hunting and all that kind of stuff. It seems like what I've heard from you, the hardest survival mechanic seems to be diet related unless you're simplifying things. Nope, you're right. Broadly speaking, if you're playing Project Zomboid and you're not modding or doing anything really wild and out there, about the only time you have to worry about temperature is winter, and it is very, very trivial to resolve. You put on a jacket. Congratulations, you have defeated winter. And it sounds like I'm memeing, but that's really all it is. You just put on one or two extra pieces of clothing, and now you're able to go in the coldest days of winter without a problem. Like, I could easily put on a sweater and a bunch of other things to boost my temperature much higher, and we're on the tail end of winter with wind chill, and it's just a nothing. You can get sick if you get too cold. That's not really a thing. You can dehydrate. That's actually a thing that can kill you the fastest in the game, but it's also, like I said, kind of one of those things that's very, very easy to overcome. You just, like, to give you an idea, if you want a pro tip kind of thing, I have a water flask on me, which it's, you know, good to have water. No ankle breaker on ice. I don't know what you're talking about. But you can literally just go up here and choose drink, and even though it says unsafe in both build 42 and build 41, it's fine. As long as you're not already sick when you drink it, you can just drink from lakes and river, and it's fine. Now, if you've eaten poison berries recently and you're just kind of tanking the poison, or if you got like a bunch of corpse sickness, don't do it. It'll take where you're already sick and push you over the edge. But still. So honestly, chat, I think we might be switching to RimWorld here in a minute, because I'm at a loss of what I even want to do with Venus. I was like, oh yeah, we can make her showroom or whatever. I'm like, you know what? I don't really want to. Because I mean, what it you do for the showroom is like go to the mall and like take a couple mannequins and put it down and just put clothes on it. That'd take me half hour or so, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, but I don't want to really do that. And realistically, to make it interesting, I'd want to go and start chopping down a bunch of trees and making planks and using the nails to build. And I got all the supplies here that I could build a whole thing. But there's not a way for me to do it. Grab any guns you have and let her go out a blaze of glory. We did that already. I've got like a little bit of ammo, but we've already used up all her ammo on a previous day that we came back to play build 41. We burned through almost all of our ammo. I think I've got like a little bit of rifle ammo left, but we used up everything else. Not enough that it would really feel like much of a blaze of glory. Just the army of katanas and machetes and assault rifles and everything there. I mean, I've got some... Oh, wait, that's right. We don't have rifles for 308 because we broke them all. That's right. So I have plenty of rounds for guns that I don't have the guns for, but all the shotgun and everything else is gone. Yeah, so I've got a decent amount of like pistol ammo, but I don't have pistols for them. And as you can see, we had our rifles, but we broke them all. Because that was always a problem in Project Zomboid Build 41, is you could find a lot of rifle ammo, but finding the rifles, they only spawn in very few places. Let's see, how far can you drive into the city before you get swarmed and can't go any farther? That depends on your settings. With the amount I've cleared, I would probably get around this far, because the moment I get past the area I've cleared, it's going to be just solid zombies just short of, and you won't get anywhere. You can't just shove your car through Project Zomboid cities on anything but the lowest pops. Yeah, no, I don't plan on just murdering her. I think the fact that she lives is a good thing. Yeah, so I do think I might actually just switch over to RimWorld, so I do apologize about... I mean, we did half a stream of this. I take back my apology. We did half a stream of Project Zomboid. It's the same reason I kinda stopped playing Venus Orozco, is we got to the point where her skills are basically maxed out. Yeah, I can get one more point in fitness and one more point, like half a point in spears, but she started with nothing and we maxed her out. So, like, as far as chase goals, I don't really have any. I mean, I could just run in a circle in a corner and get sprinting in anything. But as far as like chase goals, she done chased gold. And as far as like clearing Louisville, you're talking solid weeks of streaming just this full time, where all you're gonna see is just slap, 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 go to bed. Slap, 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 go to bed. So it's definitely one of those things, and that's kind of why it's hard to get the record runs and all that. It is very much an endurance of patience. There's a reason why the person who ended up beating my record, Mr. Lamprey, there's a reason why when he died, he was like, yes, I'm free! when he died and didn't like be like, oh man. He celebrated his death because he's like, I'm free. I can stop playing the stupid character. Um, it's because it is a thing that just drags on after a while. So yeah, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and get this out of the way, and we'll switch over to RimWorld. I fully intended to play that for the whole stream today, but I very quickly was like, I don't know what I want to do now. Versus if we play a new character, I would enjoy that more. But I'm not doing a new character at build 41, and I'm not going to start a brand new run that I'm going to literally switch off of and think. You're curious how big this character's save file is? Oh, I might be able to point that out real fast while RimWorld's loading. Where was the save folder on this one? I used to have a link directly to the saves folder for Project Zomboid, so I could back up my saves from time to time. I do not remember where that is. Because it wasn't your My Documents, or it wasn't the game itself, it was somewhere else. It's fine. I know it's big. For the record, like, I know it's really big. Your save files in this game can get obnoxiously large after a while. The longer you live. It's one of the things that becomes kind of a problem in the game eventually. Yeah, so it's not... Yeah, it's not the Steam apps. I want to say it was... I think I actually might remember. It was percent user profile, percent, okay. Zomboid saves. This would be on... Sandbox, I believe is what... Yeah, Venus. Properties. And it's going to take a good minute to count up the size of the file. It is 1.787 gigabytes. It's a big chunky file. It's a big chunky file. Most of the time, the long runs end up in like the 400 and 500 megabytes. I don't know why that one's so big, but yeah, nuts. That's the reason why they get pokey, because it's every single thing you get in as a new object is a new thing it has to keep information about. And so yeah, those katanas, every single one being positioned on an exact spot, that's just a little extra save file. And because Project Zomboid save files are just like thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands, of tiny files, you're getting all that extra headers and all that from those individual files too. I think that's definitely got to be my biggest file. I'm not gonna pull it. I already closed the directory. I also have my world record run, but I think that one was like 4 months less survive time. All right, so, oh, hey, on the YouTube side, the stream's gonna come down and come back up as RimWorld. I do need to split the stream there because of how YouTube works. So I'll be back on the YouTube side. Twitch, we're just gonna move forward. All right, so let me go ahead and get the YouTube stuff all sorted out.